Your live game night huddle while the action unfolds live, loud in the game. It's BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on in to a Tuesday night edition of BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans, and I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. We're with you every Monday through Friday, 6 to 11 p.m. Eastern. And don't forget, you can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can also watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. You can call, you can text 310-840-4910. Wow. Well, is this NL MVP race something amazing or what? One of the greatest MVP battles, races, whatever you'd like to call it, that we have seen in quite some time. Going into the day, Shohei Ohtani was the slight favorite over Pete Crow Armstrong of the Chicago Cubs. And then last night happened. Let us start on the north side of Chicago at Wrigley Field, where Pete Crow Armstrong had already homered once on the night. He already had 3 hits. He already had a stolen base. Let's take you to the bottom of the 10th in Wrigleyville. And here's how it sounded when pandemonium erupted.
You got to see a few pitches first.
Crow Armstrong, it's a high fly ball, deep right. Going back, Montgomery, he looks up. Cubs walking off! Pete Crow Armstrong ends the game the way he started it, with a home run to right.
He got a breaking ball that stayed up and out over the plate. I guess it took him 3 pitches to figure it out. He's out in front of us a little bit, but he stays through it and just hits it under the video board, close to where the first one went. Second homer in the game. Cubs win.
And the Cubs do win, and that's credit to 104.3 The Score, our Odyssey sister station in Chicago, the flagship of the Cubbies. Why would they pitch to Pete Crow Armstrong when you got an open base at first? I don't know. We're going to get into that, Brad. But really quickly, before we do that, let's hear then what was going on at around the same time, halfway across the country in the Rocky Mountains. Dodgers, not as dramatic, not playing a team at the top of the division, not playing a playoff team, but still, it was just another memorable night nonetheless for Shohei Ohtani, and here was the highlight of his night.
The 0-1. Ohtani blisters the ball the other way, carrying back toward the wall. Gone! A home run! An opposite field shot for Shohei. And the Dodgers are back up by 5.
And that is Sportsnet LA with that call. Second home run of the night for Ohtani. So how about this, Brad, as we welcome in my co-host, Brad Evans. I'm sorry that I know you got a lot to say. Ohtani, 4 hits, 2 bombs, 3 RBIs as the Dodgers crushed the Rockies. And Pete Crow Armstrong, 4 hits, 2 home runs, 3 RBIs, a stolen base, including that 2-run walk-off mammoth shot to beat the first-place White Sox. And our friends at BetMGM has these two at a dead even pick'em right now for the NL MVP with about 35, 36 games left to go, 5 weeks left in the regular season. Brad, I know where your case is going to be headed, so go ahead and make it. Who would you pick right now to win the MVP after a historic night for the 2 frontrunners for this award?
Well, it's quite obvious. It's going to be MVP.
Crow Armstrong, man, it's just doing magical things. And you saw last night, in his first at bat on the first pitch that he saw in that affair, it went yard. And then, of course, that walk-off home run, first walk-off home run of his career, as a matter of fact. And I'll give you a little bit more context on how historically rare that occurrence was, leading off the game with a home run and finishing the game with a long bomb. He was the first MLB player with a leadoff home run on the first pitch his team saw, and a walk-off home run on the last pitch his team saw in a game since Vic Power did exactly that for the Kansas City, not Royals, the Kansas City A's against the Orioles, and that was way back on May 7th, 1957. So you're talking nearly 70 years the last time that occurred. I mean, that's just, again, how uncommon that display of power is what we witnessed last night. It was pandemonium. It was chaos. Wrigley Field was a buzz. As soon as I jumped off air with you, obviously I can't listen to the game while I'm on air, so I can't hear the sounds of fluttering above Wrigley Field, but I turned on the broadcast on Marquee and watched with my wife, basically from the fourth inning on, and it felt like a playoff game. Hell, it felt like a World Series game on the north side of Chicago. Why? Because baseball is quite relevant right now in the Windy City. The White Sox are playing their tails off. Kudos to what Will Venable has done with this franchise. A bunch of young boppers, and they were going yard early and often in the game last night. But, of course, the Cubs, a team right now that's in the conversation, they still have a shot to have the best record in the National League come October, come the postseason. So baseball, ultra relevant, no matter you're north side or the south side of the city of Chicago, and that's a baseball town through and through. So, emotions are on high. We saw fisticuffs in the right field bleachers. If you're watching some of the social media highlight clips that are out there, guys get their butts kicked out there before the ushers came in and kind of broke it up. That's, again, how emotional these two sides are. It is a rivalry for a lot of people that live in Chicago. I'm downstate about 2 hours. I don't hate the Sox. I've rooted for them in the past. Of course, won the World Series earlier on this century. That was awesome to see. Me and the Pope basically on the same plane, Pat. I'll say that right now. But here's the deal. PCA deserves MVP honors. Yes, the OPS advantage may be slightly to Shohei Ohtani. The on-base percentage, slight advantage to Shohei Ohtani. But Pete Crow has skyrocketed his walk rate. As a rate, his on-base percentage is sky high by comparison to last year. He's in the 30-30 club again. That walk-off home run he had last night got him the 30th of the season. Back-to-back seasons of that storied honor. Shohei's not stealing nearly as many bases as Pete Crow Armstrong. Pete Crow Armstrong as well is the indisputable, uncontested, undeniable best fielder, no matter position in Major League Baseball. The data backs that up. And if you're a fan of war, good God, y'all, what is it good for? Absolutely everything for Pete Armstrong, because he is obliterating Shohei Ohtani in that category. And you might say, well, Shohei, we can't write off the fact that he was a dominant pitcher early on the season. Bro, he hadn't pitched in over a month. We don't know if he is going to pitch again in the regular season. The Dodgers said, hey, maybe we're going to get him 2, 3, 4, 5 starts here in time for the postseason, ramp him up so he can go out there and go 6, 7 strong in a very meaningful and elimination game if need be. If he were to go out there and shine in those rotation turns, assuming they did occur next month, in the month of September, that may change my point of view slightly. But as it stands right now, Pete Crow Armstrong deserves to be the MVP selection because bar none, he's just more valuable to the franchise, largely because of defense, largely because of his base stealing ability. The guy is crushing it. He is raking across the board. No offense to Shohei, who's having another stellar year. He's a godlike player, maybe the best player of our generation, possibly the best player ever to wear an MLB uniform. But PCA should hoist the hardware in the end. but we still got 35 games to go. And my goodness, this race is going to come down to the final day. And I can't wait to watch every single pitch, every single pop of the mitt to see who ultimately wins National League MVP.
Oh, you made your case. We want to hear from you, the listener, the viewer, 310-840-4910. Who should be the NL MVP right now? Is it Pete Crow Armstrong or is it Shohei Ohtani? And if you'd like to predict at the end of the season who will be the MVP, because there could be a difference. Because, Brett, I will admit, if the season ended right now, Pete Crow Armstrong's the National League MVP. I'll admit it. I mean, that's about as, like last night, Shohei Ohtani makes his case. 4 hits, 2 bombs, 3 RBIs. Coors Field or not against the Rockies, who cares? It doesn't matter. That's still incredible what he does and what he's been doing at the plate ever since, basically the All-Star break. And then Pete Crow Armstrong, who was already having a pretty damn good night. And it was like, yeah, all right, PCA's got a home run and a stolen base, but hey, Ohtani hit 2. And then he hits a walk-off bomb against the first-place White Sox in the Battle of Chicago to cap a 4-hit night with also 2 home runs, with also 3 RBIs, and a stolen base on top of that. And I feel like it was kind of dead even before that. I'm stunned. I'm stunned that it is 50-50 right now. So again, now, Brad, I will agree with you. I think Pete Crow Armstrong should be the MVP. However, you did say there are 35 games left to play. There ain't 3 games left to play. There ain't 15 games left to play. There is a month and there are 5 weeks left to go in the regular season. And I still think that is enough time for Ohtani to keep blasting at the plate. And I'm not saying PCA is going to go into a slump. I honestly feel like their offensive numbers are basically identical. Nearly the same average. Ohtani's got a bit of a higher average. Nearly the same OPS. Nearly the same home runs. Nearly the same RBIs. PCA's got way more stolen bags. He's got over 30 now on the season. He could finish with 40. And he's playing a Gold Glove caliber center field. That gives him the big nod. We know Ohtani hasn't pitched since July. He threw a bullpen yesterday. He was scheduled to throw another bullpen either today or tomorrow. Could be some live batting practice after that. We could see Ohtani back on the mound maybe in as few as 2 weeks. You get him a full month of September, and that's maybe 4 starts. Maybe it's 5 starts. Who knows how elongated those starts will be. And I know that the Ohtani haters or the people that, like you and Cubs fans and PCA lovers say, oh, well, that's all that the Ohtani people are going to come back with. Well, he pitches. I mean, look, the fact that PCA is having a 35-35 season in the making, and he's playing the Gold Glove, that gives him the nod. But if Ohtani comes back and makes 4 or 5 starts and he is dominant on the mound, he's as dominant as he was before he stopped pitching in July because of the knee inflammation, I think that could put Ohtani over the top. Of course, maybe one guy does go into a slump and maybe the other guy goes off, and maybe that changes the calculus. I'm going to go ahead and assume that their offensive numbers probably stay the same. If Ohtani comes back in September and starts pitching lights out, and he pitches, again, 4 or 5 starts, 25-ish innings, and he's filthy, I think he's winning the MVP yet again. I think he's going to win it yet again. 310-840-4910. Brad, even if Ohtani does come back and pitch, I got a feeling you still think what PCA has done in the field and on the base paths gives him the clear nod.
Look, I think there's a very strong argument if he stays on this path of just vigorous production across the board. I mean, he's just been stellar. He's been amazing. I know he's a point of controversy, to say the least, in a lot of fan circles with the passion that he exudes and exhibits on a nightly basis. You saw him in the post-game interview right before Taylor McGregor asked him a couple of questions, popping the Cub logo on the jersey and slapping it at the crowd. Some people love it. Some people absolutely hate it. And hopefully the voters are just going to look at the data. They're going to look at the sheer success that he has logged this season and cast their vote for PCA as MVP. I will say this, and this is what I'm going to toss back to you. Does overall record matter in terms of, earning votes from those people that have that kind of power? You and I don't. We don't have a vote in this game. We're just doing, publicly just like other fans do. But there are a lot of baseball writers out there, hundreds of them that do have a vote. So right now, the Dodgers are up 2 games. That's it, 2 games on the Cubs. LA is at 75-51. Chicago at 73-53. Let's say the Cubs surpass the LA Dodgers in overall record, have a higher playoff seeding come October. Does that even matter at all? And the second question I have for you, Pat, what ERA is going to be necessary for Shohei Ohtani if, because there's no guarantee, a giant if, he gets 3, 4, or 5 starts to ramp up for the postseason? Are you looking at like 3.25 or less? Under 3, what is a requirement to be considered dominant as a pitcher? So tell me about the record and tell me what Shohei has to achieve statistically in ERA to earn the votes required to get the NL MVP.
Yeah, I mean, I'll start with the record. So again, right now the Dodgers are 75-51, and they've got a comfortable lead in the NL West. They lead the Padres by 8 games. I mean, it would take a miracle for them to blow the division. They're going to be division champions. The Cubbies are 73-53, 4.5 games back of the Brewers. I think because the Dodgers could win the division and have a worse record than the Cubs, right? Because the Brewers could also win the division because they have the best record in the National League. And the Cubs, let's say the Cubs finish with, 95 wins, but they're a wild card team because the Brewers win 97 and the Dodgers win 93, but they're NL West champions. I think it doesn't matter necessarily if the Cubs win the division or not. If they have a better record than the Dodgers, is it by a game? Is it 2 games? I mean, we're splitting hairs, right? Because then you go into the argument, well, who's truly more valuable, right? And it is the most valuable player. But we know in so many years, Brad, this award goes to the best overall player in the American or the National League, regardless. Because you can make the argument that so many players are valuable. And take PCA off the Cubs. What are they? Are they a wild card team? Are they not even in the playoffs? And for the last few weeks, you could easily say, well, take Shohei off the Dodgers and they're still fine. They're still winning. Look at the rotation. Now they've got Skubal. They don't need Shohei. Really? Because the Dodgers have been a mid team and a below 500 team for the last month, and they have just been mid since the All-Star break. So really, if you take Shohei off the Dodgers at this point, do they even win the division? Well, regardless of what the statistical flat-out war says, how many wins is Shohei worth? How many wins is PCA worth? I know PCA's got a better war. But again, you take PCA off the Cubs. Are they even a wild card team? Maybe not. You take Ohtani off the Dodgers for most of this season, you could say, oh, they still win the division. It doesn't matter. Now you can't say that. The fact that the Cubs have been so mid and Ohtani is still carrying them at the dish, and Freddie Freeman's having an okay season. Mookie Betts is having a below par season. Teo Hernandez is having a below par season. Kyle Tucker is terrible. I honestly, maybe, again, I don't think the Dodgers are winning the NL West if you take Ohtani off the team. So really, we're going to go back and forth on, well, who's truly more valuable? PCA gives him Gold Glove defense. PCA gives him 35 stolen bases. Well, Ohtani until July was giving them Cy Young caliber pitching. I mean, dude, this is going to come down literally to splitting hairs at the end of the season unless we get a change. And I think that change is Ohtani on the mound. You want to know what his ERA would have to be? I mean, for the season right now, Shohei Ohtani has made, let me pull the pitching numbers up here. Ohtani's made 14 starts, so about half of what he would normally make in a regular full season. But he was 8-2 with a 1.79 ERA. 85 2/3 innings. He's got 95 strikeouts, only 26 walks, and again, a 1.79 ERA. I think he have to pitch. I mean, how do you even come up with the formula, right? I did say about 4 or 5 starts and at least 20 to 25 innings. So I think he's got to finish with at least 105 innings pitched, and the ERA has to be at or below what it already is. If he pitches, I mean, if his ERA finishes under 1.8, like he's one of the best pitchers in baseball the entire season. I know he won't meet the minimum required innings, but like he has been flat out dominant all year on the mound. And the fact that we haven't seen him pitch for 5-6 weeks now, it's like we kind of forget just how incredible of ERA. He's going to win the Cy Young if he was able to stay healthy on the mound. So I think the ERA, if it stays at or below where it is, he pitches another 20 innings the rest of this regular season. And him and PCA finish with, again, they nearly have identical offensive numbers now. If it finishes that way, I think you got to give the nod to Ohtani. I'm sorry. I hate to be that guy. Oh, well, he pitches. Again, like that's incredible. We forget that this did not happen for 100 years since Babe Ruth, a guy that could pitch and hit at an all-star, if not Hall of Fame level. and Ohtani's doing it. He hasn't done it for 5 weeks, and PCA's having an amazing season, and the Cubbies have had a ton of injuries. And yes, he's a Gold Glove center fielder, Brad. I acknowledge all of that. I still think what Ohtani can do in the final month can render all of that nearly obsolete.
Yeah, and that's a fair point. And I'm really curious how WAR is going to be weighed by the voters, for this coveted award. If it's extraordinarily valuable in their mind, and we're even talking combined performance that's baked in to that formula's recipe for Shohei Ohtani, not only the mound, but also at the dish. Again, PCA bests him by a significant and wide margin right now because of his stellar defensive play, because of that stolen base production. There is honestly no wrong answer here. Of course, me being a Cubs fan, maybe I'm a little biased, but I appreciate greatness, which Shohei has. But I would give the nod if I had an actual vote. Again, I don't, to Pete Crow Armstrong. You're making a very good and stellar case for Shohei Ohtani. I tell you what, here's what you can do if you're a listener here on BetMGM tonight. Obviously, you can call in with your vote, 310-840-4910. I also posted a Twitter poll. Go to X at Noisy Huevos, and we've already got over 100 votes in right now of people offering their opinion on this incredible race for the NL MVP. And I'm going to give you the actual current tally, and votes are still being counted, and we want to get your comments as well. Again, right around 100 votes so far. Pete Crow Armstrong, 68.1%. Shohei Ohtani, 31.9%. But I agree with you. The calculus changes if Shohei returns the mound, and he's going out there only giving up an earned run and striking out 7-8 guys in his final 3 to 5 starts. So as it stands currently, PCA, pretty clear front runner to be NL MVP, though BetMGM disagrees with him neck and neck at -110. But that could alter, that could tilt if Shohei toes the rubber one more time and does so in spectacular fashion.
310-840-4910. So what do you say? Who should be the NL MVP either right now, or if you want to project, you want to predict who is going to be the NL MVP at the end of the season? Let us know, 310-840-4910. Check out Brad's poll on his Twitter at Noisy Huevos. And Brad, we do have a comment on that poll from James Russell, who says, how can anyone vote Ohtani? Shouldn't be close. Pete Crow Armstrong should be a lock right now. Don't be Ben Verlander. I know Ben Verlander is like the biggest Ohtani glazer that is on the planet. But I will say, Brad, because again, your results are heavily skewed in PCA's favor. 68%. That is certainly not what the folks at BetMGM think right now, having a 50-50. But let's not forget, a lot of your followers are Chicago-based.
Yeah.
They're Cubs fans.
Yeah.
So there's a little bias in that poll, my friend.
A little bit. Yeah, there's no doubt.
There is no doubt. But, and again, and the most recent news as of today, Ohtani threw a bullpen yesterday. He was scheduled to throw another bullpen either today or tomorrow. And then after that would be a live batting practice session or 2. Again, he's not going to make a rehab start because he ain't leaving the Dodgers. He's not going to go down to AAA and leave the lineup where he's going to be in every night. So it's just going to be live batting practice and try to simulate a game like scenario as much as you possibly can, and then it's go time, where it's a start, whether it's 3 innings, whether it's 4 innings. How quickly do they try to ramp him up? Again, it's not like he's missed 2-3 months. He's been out off the mound for about a month and a half. So I don't know how gradual they would try to get him back up to, let's say, 80 pitches, 90 pitches. They're running out of time, and he's running out of time, Brad, because I will say it again. If Ohtani does not pitch at least 20 innings in September, or if he does and he's very average on the mound and that ERA rises over 2 or over 2.2, which it can, because it's not like, again, he's pitched 85 innings. He has one bad outing where he gives up 4 runs in 3 innings. His ERA is going to rise to like 2.4. And all of a sudden then, again, it's not that dominant on the mound Ohtani that we've seen for most of this year. So if he can come back after not having pitched for 6 weeks, and by the time he does get on the mound, it's probably going to be close to 2 months, and he just picks up right where he left off, it's not going to be good for PCA. It's not. And there's what more can Pete Crow Armstrong do? Not much. I mean, he get the average over 300. finish the year with 40 home runs and 40 stolen bases, right? Because like if Ohtani continues to do what he's done at the plate, and he does come back and pitch, and he's dominant, like what more can PCA do at that point, Brad? I think he had 40-40. The Cubs have to win the division. He's got to, hit finish over 300. Like he just has to go on an absolute maniacal tear to outdo or to basically neutralize the dominance that Ohtani could produce both on the mound and at the plate. That's how I see it.
Yeah, and I think you're entirely correct in that assessment. I see it the same way, but all I got to say is this, because we're up against it right now. And down the stretch they come. This is going to be a nose-and-nose finish for one of the most coveted awards in baseball. I'm telling you, man, if you're not plugged in to what is going on the diamond right now, you're more plugged in to what's going on with practice reports and strained groins and muscles in the NFL. Wake the hell up! This is a scintillating race. Plug in.
You're listening to BetMGM tonight, sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you could save at progressivecommercial.com. All righty, we'll take your calls, we'll take your texts, we'll take your tweets at BetMGM tonight, at Noisy Huevos, at Papawill44 when we come back. And again, your calls and texts at 310-840-4910. Who is going to be the NL MVP? Who should be NL MVP right now? Is it PCA of the Cubs after the 2-run walk-off home run last night? Or is it Shohei Ohtani? Both guys, 4 hits, 2 bombs, 3 RBIs last night, both in big wins. Who is the MVP? We're going to go down to the wire with this thing. We'll also talk about how this wild card race is shaping up in both leagues, because it is also insanely close. More baseball on the way when we come back. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
The Tennessee Titans, I think, are just going 5-12. I don't see the variance there. And if you wanted to build an upside case for Tennessee, and there are people that are making this case, and I respect some of them. And look, they can be right, I can be wrong. I'm wrong a lot. I don't think I'm going to be wrong on this one. The case revolves entirely around Cam Ward taking the next step, a sophomore leap after a disappointing rookie year that, to be fair to him, you can pin a lot of it on Brian Callahan and the disastrous, coaching situation. Here's Mike McCoy, just like absolutely brutal stuff. Like not necessarily put in a position to succeed with a bunch of unproven pass catchers and a substandard offensive line. Like, I get it. I get it. If you wanted to give Cam Ward an excuse for what happened last year. One preseason game is one preseason game. And I am not trying to overreact. And I mean that. I'm not trying to overreact to one preseason game. But we can be honest. Whether you are a Cam Ward fan or not, a Titans fan or not, my guess is when you sat down to either watch the Titans preseason game against the 49ers, or if you watched highlights, or if you looked at the box score, however you consumed that game, my sense is you expected to see better from Cam Ward than 5 of 12 for 57 yards. And even if we want to just go past the statistics and just look at the eye test, I don't know if this guy's got it. Cam Ward, to me, feels more, if we're going to talk number 1 overall picks in the draft, he feels to me more like Bryce Young than Caleb Williams. More like Sam Bradford than Matthew Stafford. More like Alex Smith than Eli Manning. I don't see it with Cam Ward. Like, I don't. Tyquan Thornton carded out of practice with the Kansas City Chiefs. Now, we don't know if that means that he's seriously injured. Maybe it's nothing. I don't know. Carted off makes it sound like it could be potentially significant. So let's just talk about Kansas City's receiving core for a moment. It's not that Tyquan Thornton is Tyreek Hill. Like, he's not. He is a pure deep threat. That's pretty much all he does. But that's a pretty important role, especially in this offense. And consider the Chiefs brought him back this offseason. They brought him back. Like, they clearly liked him. And he averaged over 20 yards a reception last year from Patrick Mahomes. So what this does now to the Kansas City Chiefs receiving core, and perhaps you want to say, and I may say this also, Mahomes is back. He's going to be so good, it's not going to matter. But we need to cover all sides here on the show. We need to, discuss every potential outcome because we're huge sports fans, and we need to consider everything. Let's just say, and I don't know that he's going to be out for, he carded off, but it doesn't sound good, right? If you take Tyquan Thornton out of the equation, obviously you have Travis Kelce, who is not just long in the tooth. That's the longest effing tooth in the history of teeth. You have Xavier Worthy, who has been, I don't want to say he's a bust, but he has not been great. And the Chiefs privately are blaming, Travis Kelce running into him on the third play of last season and screwing up his shoulder. I don't think he's very good. Maybe I'm wrong. We'll find out. There's Rashee Rice, who dealt with a knee injury and went to jail this offseason. From there, we have last year's mid-round pick, Jalen Royals, and this year's training camp darling, Cyrus Allen. Okay. It's a little thin, isn't it?
BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans returns now.
Give it to me. I want all the smoke. Welcome on back. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. We want all your smoke. Who should be NL MVP right now? Pete Crow Armstrong or Shohei Ohtani? We'll get to your calls and your texts here in just a bit. Looking for bigger potential payouts? Use your BetMGM Any Sport Parlay Boost token to increase the odds on an eligible parlay and take your wager to the next level. Here's how it works. You opt into the promotion, claim your Parlay Boost token, and apply it to an eligible parlay wager across supported sports. If your boosted parlay wins, you'll receive an enhanced payout. Build it. Boost it. BetMGM it. All right, we're going to get to the wild card races in both leagues, which also, just like this NL MVP, going to come down to probably the final week, if not the final day of the season. But before we do that, let's get to the phones here because Bert in Baltimore is on the line, wants to weigh in on the National League MVP race between Ohtani and PCA. Bert, what's going on, brother?
What's up, boys? How we doing?
Good, man.
Great.
Boy, you got your volume match with your partner there, don't you, Patty?
That's right. That is right. Me and Brad, we are both through the roof right now. Electricity. He loves PCA. I think Ohtani's got every still chance to win the MVP. So, yeah, look, man, it's a Tuesday, and we're fired up.
PCA, man. Listening to you guys, I feel like I live in freaking Chicago, for crying out loud.
Well, that's why I got to knock him, and I got to knock Combs and Monty and all the other Chicago heads. I got to knock them down a peg.
Yeah, you got to stand up for us East Coast guys, man. Hey, so right. my gut feeling after listening to you guys all summer was PCA's automatic, but then I looked up the Baseball Writers Association of America actual definition. It says, number one, actual value of a player to his team. And the reality is that I think Shohei will come back, have an excellent September pitching, and that I think he will have contributed more to his team. But value to his team, if you're sticking by the rules, Shohei could retire, and Shohei could have sat out the whole year, and the Dodgers would have the same record. The Cubs would be under 500 without PCA. So my vote would be, after some research, would be for PCA, but I think the voters are going to give it to Ohtani because he's going to come back and pitch well.
Well, Bert, that's an interesting take, and I agree with a lot of what you said, except for the end. And Bert, I know you know ball, but I feel like this is for a lot of people that haven't been realizing just how mediocre the Dodgers have been since the All-Star break. And so I don't know, you don't take Ohtani off this team and the Dodgers just plow their way through the National League and win the NL West and have no problem or face no opposition whatsoever. No way. The Dodgers were 67-38 a month ago. Since then, they are 8-13. I mean, we've got nearly a full stretch of, and you go back even to the end of the first half, and their dominance has not been all that great once Ohtani stopped pitching. I mean, at one point this year, the Dodgers were what? They were 28 games over 500. Yeah. They were 28 games over 500. Now they're down to 24 games over 500. So they've literally been playing sub 500 baseball for like 2 months. You don't just take Ohtani off this team. Yeah, since he stopped pitching, Bert. So again, I think that is a really strong point. That's a really strong point. Almost went hand in hand with when he stopped pitching. Yeah, Bert, we appreciate the call, brother. But Brett, I think that doesn't that because the Dodgers have been so average for 2 months now, doesn't that kind of take away the whole, well, you take Shohei off the Dodgers and they're still fine? I think at this point, you would probably want the Dodgers to just be like a 105 win team, because that actually then makes that argument for PCA that much more strong. But I think that argument has weakened here over the last 2 months.
Yeah, I think Bert makes a very fair point, too. And reading the definition of what qualifies as what an MVP should be from the Baseball Writers Association, the guys that are going to actually be casting the vote. I mean, PCA is extraordinarily valuable to the Cubs. There's no question about it. But Shohei may be more valuable to the LA Dodgers. Again, it's all going to be determined by what Shohei can do if he returns the mound, if he's twirling quality starts and doing so maybe a couple of those in dominant fashion. That could recast the perspective for a lot of people and the votes ultimately in this race. But, I stick to a point that I made in the last segment. If the Cubs race past the Dodgers, and let's say the Dodgers have like the fourth best record in the National League, that's entirely on the table right now. When Milwaukee, Atlanta, and Chicago, breathing out of their neck, and Milwaukee and Atlanta, right there, Milwaukee, of course, I don't think anybody's going to catch them, but Atlanta neck and neck with the LA Dodgers in the standings. That is also going to be a determinative factor on what the voters are going to view who is a real MVP. So mediocrity, if it continues with the LA Dodgers, that could help in a way Shohei's case. It could also hurt in a way Shohei's case. And if the Cubs continue to surge and PCA continues to rake and make all the spectacular plays with the leather, you're right. It's only going to strengthen his cause. This is why it's going to be a breathtaking race all the way down, possibly the final day of the regular season, man. Unbelievable.
310-840-4910. We're going to take a short siesta here, because when we come back, we will get to this very, very tight wild card race in both the American League and the National League, and we'll let you know who we think is going to make it, which teams have a long shot, which long shot teams could actually be a dark horse and not only make the postseason, but maybe spoil some plans in October. Plus, we're going to go streaking after we went 5 for 5 as a crew last night. Hit a big, big whopper of a parlay. If you tailed us with our Let's Go Streaking picks, we're going to see what we can cook up tonight for you folks when we return. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight right here on Westwood One Sports.
It's unlikely, in my estimation, that New Orleans defense will be good enough this year to carry this team to a division title, a playoff berth, if the offense is not very good. And I think most people would agree with that. So if you liked the Saints this year, and there are a lot of smart people that like New Orleans, the case is they're going to score 1 billion points. And the offense is going to be really fun. And it's going to be up-tempo. And Chris Olave and Jordan Tyson could emerge as soon as this year as, probably not better than like CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens, probably not better than Jamar Chase and T. Higgins, Puka Nacua, Devontae Adams, one of the best 1-2 punches at wide receiver in the entire National Football League. Now I think about the epic scene in Godfather 2 when Frank Pentagelli gets up there and the prosecution thinks they've got Michael Corleone, Al Pacino nailed, right? They think they've got him. And Frank is going to testify against Michael Corleone. And then they bring his brother to the proceedings to kind of show him, hey, buddy, you better not say anything here. Omerta, silence. And he flips. And he goes, oh, I don't know nothing about any of this. My parents were in the olive oil business with his family. And the case completely falls apart. This is Godfather 2. Basically, for anyone that liked the New Orleans Saints this year, if this injury lingers. And I really hope that it doesn't. Because this was going to be so exciting this year with Tyson and Olave. My sincere hope is that this is a 2-month injury max. Maybe he's able to get back on the field sooner, but if you're the Saints, you can't rush this. You screw this up with the hamstring and he re-aggravates this like he's done for the year, or most of the year at best. And then you're really sunk. You can't have it. So hopefully this is just a 2-month injury and Tyson's able to come back and we get, for more than half the season, the vision of what this New Orleans Saints offense could be.
I'm a Broncos guy, to be honest. I think that I think they're the best roster on paper. I know I do have a Demaryius Thomas jersey behind me, but no homerism here.
The late great.
I do think that, yeah, exactly. I think they're an awesome roster. I also played a little bit of Bo Nix MVP at 35-1. Just fits a lot of historical criteria with a good team, going to win a lot of games. Quarterback who obviously just got Jalen Waddle, pushes Courtland Sutton to be a number 2, kind of a possession number 2. And then Pat Bryant has been the talk of camp. Their new, running back Jonah Coleman, I think, could play a role. J.K. Dobbins is kind of the big back, and then you have R.J. Harvey to be kind of an explosive option there out of the backfield as well. I don't know if Bo Nix is any good, but I think at 35-1, a team that I think could easily win the division, win 12+ games, puts him squarely in play.
BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans returns now.
Welcome on BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Who should be the NL MVP? Pete Crow Armstrong or Shohei Ohtani? Crack! That's the sound of the bat hitting the baseball and a reward being dropped into your account. Take a swing each day in our free-to-play game. If you get a hit, you'll score a reward depending on whether your hit was a single, double, triple, or home run. This game is exclusively available at BetMGM. Here's how it works. You play as the batter and select an area of the strike zone. If you get a hit, you win a prize. You could win a $50 bonus bet, an odds boost token, a parlay boost token, or a same-game parlay boost token. Alrighty, it's 6:45 p.m. Eastern. The boys went 5 for 5 last night. Cashed what was a plus 315 odds parlay if you took all 5 of our guys to get a hit. And so let's see if we could do it again. It's time. Let's go streaking.
We won a game yesterday. We win one today, that's 2 in a row. We win one tomorrow, that's called a winning streak. It has happened before.
We're going streaking! All right, we go around the room. Everybody on the crew picks one batter that they think will correctly get a hit. And again, 5 for 5 last night. I had Shohei Ohtani. Brad, you had Nico Horner. Monty had Bobby Witt. Our guy Lee in our Westwood One studios had Jack Caglione. And Zach Kroll, filling in for producer Brandon Combs, had Max Muncy. And again, we're tracking our season-long picks and predictions for Let's Go Streaking throughout the entire year. And at the top, it is still awfully tight. Brad, you are the season-long king right now, hitting 764. 76.4% of your picks have been correct. Monty right behind you at 76% flat. And I'm in third at 75.7%. So it is still awfully tight to see who's going to be the season-long king. But again, 5 for 5 last night. Let's see if we can do it again. And Brad, I'm taking your guy, Combs' guy, Monty's guy, all of Chicago's guy, or at least the north side of Chicago.
Course you are.
Give me Pete Crow Armstrong. And look, I feel like I got a win-win situation here, brother, because if PCA gets a hit, my active streak, which is the longest out of anybody right now, goes up to 6. And if he doesn't get a hit, yeah, it's gonna stink. It's gonna be a bummer. But that means my prediction of Shohei Ohtani winning the NL MVP becomes that much more true if PCA goes hitless tonight. You got an opener for the White Sox on the mound in Brian Hudson. PCA's hitting over 300 against lefties, so he's going to lead off the first inning. And after that, it's supposed to be Eric Fetty, who I don't think is very good. I know his numbers have been pretty decent, but yeah, PCA hitting leadoff after the night he had last night. I think he gets another knock. Give me Pete Crow Armstrong. Brad, who are you going with?
Same game, different name. I'm going to say Seiya Suzuki gets a hit against the Southsiders. Seiya's gotten a hit in 6 of his last 7. He's batting .305 against left-handed pitchers, which Brian Hudson, the opener, is. He's also 2 for 2 against Hudson, so it could happen. It is only at bat again, Hudson. He is also 3 for 11 against Eric Fetty, and his career Fetty on the season, a disgusting 5.40 road ERA. So give me Seiya Suzuki to take a me streaking to numero dos.
All right, beautiful stuff. Let's go to our VP, our video producer, Monty, a.k.a. Michael Montgomery, a.k.a. the owner and operator of batters-box.com. Monty's going for 3 in a row. And Monty, I feel like you're just going to run it back, huh?
That's the plan. I was pretty indecisive today, so we're just going to run it back. Bobby Witt Jr. Bit down the board tonight on batters-box.com with a strong rating that's tier 2 behind the elite tier against Jack Perkins. Perkins has been just awful this season. He's given up more hits than he has innings pitched this year, which is never good. Right-handed batters are hitting .283 this season. Witt's been on fire. He's hitting .340 with a .961 OPS in the month of August. And there's been 128 games with a strong rating for Witt, getting a hit 80% of the time. Plus, great pitch mix, 5-star rating, hitting well versus more than 95% of the pitches that Perkins throws. So let's just go with Bobby Witt again.
All right, running it back. Monty's running it back. Let's go to Zach Kroll, who's filling in for Brandon Combs, producing the show yesterday and tonight. Zach, you got a knock yesterday with Max Muncy. Who you going with tonight?
Yeah, Pat, my strategy recently for streaking has just been target pitchers with high ERAs on the other side and just don't overthink it. Take one of the better hitters that pitcher is facing. So we're going to do that tonight. I'm taking Jake Berger of the Texas Rangers. He's been hitting the ball well lately, going up against Jackson Kent, who has a over 6 ERA for the Nationals.
All righty. Short, simple, to the point. Very good. Going with the Burger Man. Cheeseburgers for everybody. Cheeseburger in paradise. Finally, let's go to Lee in our Westwood One studios. Hey, Lee. Lee, who you going with, brother?
Hey, Lee. You guys would know I always love a little Jimmy Buffett reference around here. And, I'm relatively new to this game, so I didn't know you could just pick guys back to back like that. Week to week. I would have gone with my guy Jacques Caglione. But instead, wait, why isn't this not working?
Hey,
there it is. But instead, I'm going to go with. I like to go to a new guy every day, so I'm going to go with Bo Bichette. I'm going against San Diego today. Give me a righty versus a lefty. He's not had the greatest season, but he has been hot lately. I think he's hit 13 out of his last 15 games. He's batting second against Robbie Robb. Is that his name? Robbie? No, that's not his name. What is his name? Robbie Ray. Give me Robbie Ray. Yeah, I want Robbie Ray to get knocked today. Give me a little Bo Bichette versus Robbie Ray. He's hitting .333 versus him in his career. That's who I'm going with today. Otherwise, I go with Jacques, the Frenchman, the French Spaniard. I know he's
Lee, you are all over the place, brother, but I love it. I love it. By the way, Robbie Robb, that sounds like an Italian mafia guy's nickname for, it's like, hey, correct. I'm Robbie Robb. I like the broccoli Robb, and my name's Robbie. How you doing? Don't mess with me. Robbie Robb.
Robbie Ray.
Rob, instead of Robbie Ray. He likes broccoli Robb, and he's in the mafia. He's Robbie Robb. All right, so there you go. All 5 of those guys. We did it last night. Let's hope we can do it again. PCA, Seiya Suzuki, Bobby Witt, Bo Bichette, Jake Berger. Brad, if all 5 of those guys get a hit again tonight, what are we looking at odds-wise with our friends at BetMGM?
Oh, very cool. Plus 395, as always. Fade or follow, that is up to you.
All right, very good. We got a couple of minutes here. And again, if you want to call in anything baseball, who should win NL MVP, you got a Let's Go Streaking pick, or you want to get in on this wild card race in both leagues, 310-840-4910. Brad, let's start with the National League here. Your Cubbies atop, 6-game cushion. Phillies then also a 1-game cushion, and then tied for that final spot right now. You've got, my goodness. It doesn't get much more tighter than this. The Padres currently have the final spot. 1 game behind them, Arizona Diamondbacks. And 3 games behind them, behind the Padres, are both the Marlins and the Cardinals. So it feels like it's the Padres to lose again, maybe just because they got a boatload of money and a boatload of talent on paper. But that Padres pitching, or the Padres offense, again, has struggled and been very inconsistent this year. So if you had to pick a National League wild card, the 2 teams outside of your Cubbies to get through, who would you take?
I'm going to have to shower immediately after saying this. The St. Louis Cardinals. I cannot believe they're plus 820, honestly, to earn that last postseason wildcard spot in the National League. This team is playing excellent baseball right now. They took 2 out of 3 on the north side of the Chicago Cubs over the weekend. They're number 11 in WRC plus in the month of August. They're number 4 in team ERA in all of baseball in the month of August as well at 3.13. A lot of young bats are cracking. Jordan Walker has been stellar. The home run derby champion. Again, the pitching has really stepped up. The Redbirds, I feel like I need to barf into something as a dire Cubs fan, but I gave credit where credit is due. St. Louis, an extraordinary value at plus 820 to earn that final wild card spot in the NL.
I'll give you even better value for a team with the same. How about the Marlins, the Fish? They are when they're bad, they're bad. When they're good, they're good. They got the same record, and they're more than 10-1 to make it. How about the Marlins get on a run here and get that last wild card spot? What do you say? 310-840-4910. When we come back, Buying or BS Training Camp Edition here on BetMGM tonight.
Yeah, let's go with the player opinion here. I think Matthew Golden, 750 plus yards at plus 210, and then 1,000 plus yards at plus 400 is really interesting. All the early reports that he's going to be playing in 12 personnel for the Green Bay Packers. Came on strong last year at the end of the year. Now you have no Romeo Doubs, you have no Dontavian Wick. So he's going to play a ton. Obviously, former first round pick. Is he any good? I don't know, but I'm willing to get 2-1 to find out if he's even okay to get 750 yards. That's nothing for a guy playing full time in offense. Now, I think Jaden Reed and I think Christian Watson, when healthy, will probably also be somewhat productive too. But again, there's enough left there with 135 plus targets being left behind from last year for, I think, Golden to slot in here nicely and have a good season. So I like some of his alts here. And that's kind of just my overarching strategy with these season-long player props is I bet a ton of unders. And then when I like a player, I don't just take the minus 110, which Golden's around like 620 yards season long. I like taking the plus money here because the research shows if they go over, it's 25+% median and 35% on average.
One p.m. kick on Sunday, Tampa Bay at the Cincinnati Bengals. Total right now sitting at 51.5. That's too high. This the kind of perfect storm here of these. Everybody, a 51 point total is high. Okay, and it really is like, oh, we got two good offenses and two bad defenses, and like that's kind of the general like whiffs that I think a lot of people get from Cincinnati and Tampa, but I am like exactly opposite. I think both of these offenses are a hair overrated. Certainly Tampa Bay's offense is overrated. There's a world where there's no Egbuka out there week one, and then okay, like we might actually kind of get some potential false signal where people over adjust on the Cincinnati Bengals defense, but the Bengals defense to me looks quite strong.
Your live game night huddle while the action unfolds live, loud in the game. It's BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans on Westwood One Sports.
Hey-o! Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 2 of this Tuesday night extravaganza kicks off right now. Don't forget, you can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM, Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Great first hour of the show. Literally whizzed right by us as Brad and I got into a very fierce, intense, but respectable debate on who should be the NL MVP. Is it his guy, Pete Crow Armstrong? Walk-off homer last night. 4 hits, 2 bombs, 3 RBIs in the win over the White Sox. Or is it my prediction, Shohei Ohtani again for the Dodgers? 2 bombs, 4 hits, 3 RBIs last night. They smoked the Rockies. What say you? Who's going to be the NL MVP? 310-840-4910. You could call, you could text, and also be sure to vote on Brad's poll on his Twitter at Noisy Huevos, who you think the NL MVP should be, and drop a comment if you would be so kind. 310-840-4910. We also went streaking, and we predicted in the NL wildcard race who could be that final team. Brad and I both going with a couple of long shots. He's going with the who are you going with again, Brad? I forget off the top of my head. Cardinals. That's why I forgot.
Yeah, going with the Cardinals.
Because it makes you sick to your stomach that you're picking the Cardinals at more than 8-1 right now. They're more than 8-1 to make the playoffs. I say the Marlins. Why not? Give me the highest priced team that I think realistically can make it. They're only 3 games back. We still got 35 games left. They're more than 10-1. So what say you? NL wildcard race. We didn't get a chance to talk about the AL, but we can if you would like to. Which team are you picking to make it to October? 310-840-4910. And then last night, after a 5-for-5 showing for the crew, can we do it again with our Let's Go Streaking picks? We're going to pivot here and talk some football. Brad, I feel like injuries happen every year in training camp and the preseason, but this year, man, it is getting out of control. Before we even get to a little buying or BS training camp edition, we've got more breaking news here, and Saints fans, maybe cover your ears after the injury to Jordan Tyson revealed he's going to miss at least 2 months with a hamstring injury. Brad, what happened to their number 1 receiver, Chris Olave?
Yeah, he headed to the medical tent. That was reported about 35 minutes ago. We don't know the extent or what type of injury that he has been afflicted with, but gulp. If they are going to be down Jordan Tyson, which are going to be for the next couple of months, and if they're missing their true blue WR1, who the hell is going to catch the football to start the season for the Fleur-de-Lis? Look, I think Juwan Johnson is a very interesting player at tight end, but he can't do it all. Devon Vele, they might have to sign a couple people on the street. Hell, maybe they even kick the tires on Tyreek Hill. Now, he may not be ready until like mid-season, but they just need some bodies out there running routes. So hopefully, knock on wood, Saints fans, Chris Olave is going to be in the clear here in short order, but we'll keep you up to date on exactly what is ailing him and what the eventual diagnosis, if any, there is for Chris Olave.
Yeah, and look, that would be a damn shame if he has to miss some time because all the concussions he suffered 2 years ago, his career looked like it might be in a little bit of jeopardy, and then he comes back last year and just has a stellar, absolutely stud season, helping Tyler Shuck take that big step forward in his rookie season and help the Saints finish off strong with 1,163 yards and 9 touchdowns. Worst thing would be for him to have to miss some time on top of that Jordan Tyson injury. So again, we'll be keeping you updated on that. But Brad, let's get to a little buying or BS here. We've been doing this a lot in the last couple of weeks, but for folks that are unfamiliar with it, give us the premise here and then let's get right into it.
Yeah, we're going to give you the news bite, and then I'm going to go ahead and spin it with a comment that I created, and I'm simply going to ask you, are you buying, or is that comment BS? Simple as that. We'll dive in, spin things forward, and give you our overall assessment of whatever situation or whatever player that the commentary of the news is about. Simple as that.
All right, baby, so let's get right into it. Let's start in Pittsburgh. Let's start down there in Pittsburgh, shall we?
Fox Sports' Ralph Vacchiano projects Steelers running back Rico Arera Dowdle will be a, quote, workhorse in the backfield, end quote, this year. So, Pat, buying or BS? Assuming 17 games are played, Dowdle racks at least 230 rush attempts and 65% of the opportunity share this fall in the stadium Bane blew up. For you Dark Knight fans that are out there maybe unfamiliar with that reference. So buying or BS, is Rico Dowdle actually going to be a workhorse running back?
That's great. And that was, remember Hines Ward ran a kickback for a touchdown.
Yeah.
And I just remember a lot of people being like, if you're letting Hines Ward run a kickback for a touchdown, yeah, the stadium should probably be blown up anyway. It's funny. But the fire rises. And look, I think the fire is going to rise with Rico Dowdle this year. I'm buying it. I think he is going to be a workhorse. I mean, let's just look at what happened last year when it was Jaylen Warren and Kenny Gainwell, who is not as good of a runner, but we know he was always on the field in third down and passing situations because of what he could do catching the football. And Kenneth Gainwell had 114 carries. Jaylen Warren had 211. Last year, we saw Rico Dowdle be a workhorse for Carolina, especially in the weeks that Chuba Hubbard was missing with an injury. And Rico Dowdle last year, 236 carries for over 1,000 yards. He posted nearly identical numbers the year before that with Dallas, 235 carries for nearly the same exact yardage. He is a great runner with the football. Pittsburgh has to improve their run game from last year. It was average. It was lackluster at times. It did not help Aaron Rodgers in the passing game. So I think, honestly, who's the better running back, just a pure running back between the two? I think it's Rico Dowdle, and I think Jaylen Warren right now might only be number one on the depth chart because he's been there for the last couple of years. I can see Rico Dowdle supplanting him and being the workhorse, being the bell cow, whatever the heck term you'd like to use here. I think Rico Dowdle is going to very quickly wrestle away the majority of the snaps and the carries in this Steelers backfield.
I think it's BS, quite honestly. Oh, wow. I am not buying into this one in any way, shape, or form. Rico Dowdle, I think, is going to get around 55% of the opportunity share. I think he's going to be good for at least around 210 attempts. But getting your credit where credit is due and put some damn respect on Jaylen Warren's name. He was number 28 in YAC per attempt last season. Rico was number 21 in that category. The sharp and distinct difference between these two guys and what they accumulated last season is a missed tackle rate. Rico Dowdle, 14.5%. That's rather woeful in that category. Meanwhile, Jaylen Warren, 25.1%. Warren did earn 56.5% of the opportunity share last season in P-Town. I think he's the better receiver of the backfield. Now, Dowdle's no slouch in that category, but Jaylen Warren's going to dominate pass down and third down work. We'll get the occasional touch between the tackles on the early downs, but I think this is closer to a straight up 50-50 split BS that Rico Dowdle gets 65% of the opportunity share and exceeds 230 rush attempts this season. It's going to have to take an injury to Warren for him to achieve that. All right, let's move on to the next one.
Wait, hold on. Why is Lee, what are you trying to say with some of those drops there, brother? How do you feel about this situation? I know you're a Packers fan, but I never mind the drops, Lee, but what's going on here?
Oh, I'm just buying along, man. Well, I guess I'm saying BS, man. This is some BS that Dowdle's going to be logging 230 plus. I don't think he's getting that many of the carries.
I got you. All right. So, Lee, you're just accentuating the answers from Brad and I. I like it, man. I love it.
Correct.
Adding a little extra nuance to the show. We appreciate it.
Yeah, we're ganging up on it.
Cooking.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Let's see if Lee's going to be supportive of this one. Next up here in Buying Our BS NFL edition, a Patriots insider from The Athletic, Chad Graff, speculates a New England backfield will, in doubt, no doubt be a full-blown 50-50 split between Ramondre Stevenson and Travion Henderson. So with that factoid coursing through the cerebral cortex, buying or BS, Pat? Stevenson edges Henderson at overall statistical output this season, besting him in total yards from scrimmage and total touchdowns. What do you say, buying or BS?
I'm going to go with BS on this one. I feel like it's been my obligation all offseason to stand up for Ramondre Stevenson and just how strong he finished the year last year. Let's not forget he was hurt for a couple of weeks. The fumbling that's been an issue for him, not an issue last year. Ramondre Stevenson only lost 3 fumbles. Now, again, that's a decent amount. It's not nothing, but this is a guy that, he only had 3 total fumbles. He lost every fumble that he put on the carpet, which is just unfortunate. The year before that, he had 7. We know that fumbling was a big issue for him in years past. He took better care of the rock. He got hurt midway through the season. Henderson took over that running back room. They eased Ramondre back after that injury. But, Brad, I've said this a couple times throughout the offseason, those final weeks of the year where Ramondre Stevenson not only looked like his best self running the ball, but he became a huge pass-catching asset for Drake May. Had a couple of games, 4 catches, 5 catches, over 50 receiving yards, over 70 receiving yards. So he completely wrestled back that running back room from TreVeyon Henderson to the point where in the conference championship game against Denver, TreVeyon Henderson, 3 carries for 5 yards. While Ramondre Stevenson had 25 carries for 71 yards. So when the chips are really on the table, who did Mike Vrabel lean on? Who did they trust? They trusted Ramondre Stevenson. At times, there are probably going to be times throughout this season where TreVeyon is the featured back and he looks better and he's putting up bigger numbers. There's also going to be plenty of games, in my opinion, where Ramondre dominates that backfield, 120-yard rushing yard games, 150 yards from scrimmage. So I think this is going to be an ebb and flow. But again, if you're asking me down the road, assuming both guys are healthy in January in the playoffs, who is getting the majority of the snaps and who's getting the majority of the carries, I will lean on the guy that was that role last year, and that is TreVeyon Henderson. So I'm going to say BS. I don't think TreVeyon Stevenson edges Ramondre. Oh, you asked if Stevenson will edge Henderson. So yes, I'll be buying it. Ramondre Stevenson will edge TreVeyon Henderson in overall statistical output this season.
And I concur with the captain. I am indeed buying that for more than $1 as well. I think Ramondre Stevenson will best TreVeyon Henderson in overall statistical output. I think this is going to be close to a 50-50 split. There's no question about it. I think the greatest downside, and it's been reported at New England training camp, is that TreVeyon Henderson has really struggled in pass protection. If that carries over to the regular season, he's going to surrender. He's going to relinquish a lot of that third down work, pass down work to Ramondre Stevenson, who's got reliable hands. A couple of highlights have been making the rounds of social media of Ramondre Stevenson catching some beautiful balls in the back of the end zone. He's got a legitimate 3-down skill set. You look on a per-touch basis last season, Stevenson was the picture of efficiency as well. He's number 9 in yards created per touch. He was number 7 in yak per attempt. He forced a missed tackle and off the charts 24.5% of the time. Besting TreVeyon in every single one of those categories. Put respect on Henderson's name. He was no slouch in every one of those categories as well. So I'm with you, man. I think Ramondre Stevenson is going to be a thorn in the side of TreVeyon Henderson. And take it from a fantasy football point of view, Ramondre's going on average 30 picks later than TreVeyon Henderson. Somebody explain to me why. I don't really get it. All right, let's move on.
Me neither.
Last one. Christian McCaffrey has missed multiple days of practice with reported, quote, tightness. We don't know exactly where. Left buttocks, right buttocks, thigh. We have no idea. And not related at all, that missed time, to a new contract demand. And of course, a lot of running backs have gotten pizzed here in recent days. Look at Bijan Robinson, look at Jahmyr Gibbs, a couple other guys. But McCaffrey's like, no, it's got nothing to do with the contract. I've got some kind of tightness, so he didn't reveal what muscle group is bothering him. So, Pat, and with that information, buying or BS? Flashbacks to 2024. Ooh, ah! The CMC Football Factory rolls poop emojis off the conveyor belt for fantasy football investors, missing 5+ games this fall. Pat, are you buying or is that BS?
I think it's BS, no matter what Kyle Shanahan wants to say, I think this is related to Christian McCaffrey's contract here because there's not a lot of guaranteed money left on his deal. So, again, he is still owed 2 years here with a base salary combined of $19 million, but there's not a whole lot of guaranteed money left on that deal. And after the season he had last year, where he was absolutely sensational and stayed healthy and played every single game, I think my man is worth a little extra dollar bills in that contract. Put a couple extra guaranteed mil into that deal. I'm not saying maybe he gets an extra year, but I think this is absolutely what is going on here right now. And the 49ers PR team is doing a pretty decent job of spinning it. Shanahan was asked about it today. I don't think he's hurt. I think this is solely contract related. I think they're probably working it out right now. Couple extra mil, get it done. We're still early on in preseason. Don't let this linger. But I don't think McCaffrey's actually hurt. And even if he is, I think he's going to be good to go for week one. I know predicting it, you never want to predict an injury. And I know McCaffrey has had his fair share over the last couple of seasons. But I think he's good to go. I don't think he's really injured. I think this is all about a little extra dough in that deal for him. So I'm going to say BS. I think he's going to have another big year ahead in 2026.
Yeah, look, I think it's BS as well. It could be some sort of contract motivation, but the chills and the hair raising up on people's arms right now, thinking this is going to be another like bilateral Achilles tendonitis situation. He's got to get like stem cells injected over in Germany. Sprechen Sie Deutsch. I don't think it's going to be the case at all for Christian McCaffrey. I think he's going to remain largely healthy. I think he's going to be an indispensable part of the San Francisco offense yet again. Now, he may be more productive, quite honestly, as a receiver than a rusher, at least in terms of overall efficiency, but he's still going to be the primary workhorse running back. So before you start getting all giddy about Kalon Black and Jordan James, and Black's look pretty good in camp reportedly, Christian McCaffrey is still going to be the main man. I think he's going to play the majority of the season. You may miss a game or two here and there with a couple of nicks and scrapes, but missing a significant portion of the regular season, I ain't buying into that. So don't be scared of what is going on right now with the reported tightness tied to CMC. You should be just fine and will be ultra productive yet again. Take it away, Pat.
Beautiful stuff. Love that segment. Really, really good. Love it. 310-840-4910. You want to call, you want to text, you want to weigh in on McCaffrey, you want to weigh in on what the Patriots running back room is going to look like this year. Who do you trust more, Ramondre Stevenson or Travion Henderson? And also, what is that Steelers running back room going to look like between Jaylen Warren and Rico Dowdle? We'll get your calls and your texts when we come back, and we'll also deep dive the AFC North, a division that produces twists and turns and surprises and chaos every single year. Will we get more of it in 2026? I think so. We'll explain why when we come back. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
The Tennessee Titans, I think, are just going 5-12. I don't see the variance there. And if you wanted to build an upside case for Tennessee, and there are people that are making this case, and I respect some of them, and look, they can be right, I can be wrong, I'm wrong a lot. I don't think I'm going to be wrong on this one. The case revolves entirely around Cam Ward taking the next step, a sophomore leap after a disappointing rookie year that, to be fair to him, you can pin a lot of it on Brian Callahan and the disastrous, coaching situation. Here's Mike McCoy, just like absolutely brutal stuff. Like not necessarily put in a position to succeed with a bunch of unproven pass catchers and a substandard offensive line. Like, I get it. I get it. If you wanted to give Cam Ward an excuse for what happened last year. One preseason game is one preseason game. And I am not trying to overreact. And I mean that. I'm not trying to overreact to one preseason game. But we can be honest. Whether you are a Cam Ward fan or not, a Titans fan or not, my guess is when you sat down to either watch the Titans preseason game against the 49ers, or if you watched highlights, or if you looked at the box score, however you consumed that game, my sense is you expected to see better from Cam Ward than 5 of 12 for 57 yards. And even if we want to just go past the statistics and just look at the eye test, I don't know if this guy's got it. Cam Ward, to me, feels more, if we're going to talk number one overall picks in the draft, He feels to me more like Bryce Young than Caleb Williams. More like Sam Bradford than Matthew Stafford. More like Alex Smith than Eli Manning. I don't see it with Cam Ward. Like, I don't. Tyquan Thornton carded out of practice with the Kansas City Chiefs. Now, we don't know if that means that he's seriously injured. Maybe it's nothing. I don't know. Carded off makes it sound like it could be potentially significant. So let's just talk about Kansas City's receiving core for a moment. It's not that Tyquan Thornton is Tyreek Hill. Like, he's not. He is a pure deep threat. That's pretty much all he does. But that's a pretty important role, especially in this offense. And consider the Chiefs brought him back this offseason. They brought him back. Like, they clearly liked him. And he averaged over 20 yards of reception last year from Patrick Mahomes. So what this does now to the Kansas City Chiefs receiving core, and perhaps you want to say, and I may say this also, Mahomes is back. He's going to be so good, it's not going to matter. But we need to cover all sides here on the show. We need to, discuss every potential outcome, because we're huge sports fans, and we need to consider everything. Let's just say, and I don't know that he's going to be out for, he carded off, it doesn't sound good, right? If you take Tyquan Thornton out of the equation, obviously you have Travis Kelce, who is not just long in the tooth, that's the longest effing tooth in the history of teeth. You have Xavier Worthy, who has been, I don't want to say he's a bust, but he has not been great. And the Chiefs privately are blaming, Travis Kelce running into him on the third play of last season and screwing up his shoulder. I don't think he's very good. Maybe I'm wrong. We'll find out. There's Rashee Rice, who dealt with a knee injury and went to jail this offseason. From there, we have last year's mid-round pick, Jalen Royals, and this year's training camp darling, Cyrus Allen. Okay. It's a little thin, isn't it?
BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans returns now.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. You could call, you could text, 310-840-4910. Before we continue on and deep dive the AFC North, let's just get you a very quick baseball scoreboard update here on a busy Tuesday night. Yankees already lead the Orioles 1-0. Trent Grisham with a solo shot in the third inning. Orioles are one of those AL wildcard hopefuls. Yankees trying to chase down the Tampa Bay Rays, who seemingly never lose for the AL East. So you got that going on. Another big one in the National League, Phillies, Marlins. Phillies, top spot in the wild card. Marlins trying to be one of those hopefuls. 1-1 in the bottom of the third. Alec Bohm with an RBI single, and then you had a Griffin Conine solo shot, as that is Zach Wheeler on the mound for the Phillies. So that is a big one with playoff implications. Elsewhere, Cardinals and the Reds scoreless in the bottom of the third. Blue Jays have already jumped out to a 4-0 lead over the Tampa Bay Rays. Thank you, Toronto. Thank you, George Springer, who had an RBI single, and then Alejandro Kirk with a big 2-run blast. And Brad, your Cubbies starting with the White Sox in about 40 minutes from now. That is a big one tonight, and we'll see if Shohei's got a repeat performance in him against the Rockies. as Ryan Feltner is on the mound and Ohtani is batting leadoff once again. All right, AFC North. Last year, it came down to Week 18, the final game of the final week of the regular season, and Tyler Loop's missed field goal. Well, it didn't save either John Harbaugh his job, and obviously it got Mike Tomlin fired. It got him to move on, however you would want to word that. As the Steelers win the division, the Ravens missed out by a game. Bengals had an injury-ravaged season again, and their defense was terrible, and the Browns were the Browns. So here we go again. The Ravens are the favorite, big favorite to win the division. Cincinnati's hoping to stay healthy. Pittsburgh is going to see what last year of Aaron Rodgers looks like in year one of Mike McCarthy. And then, again, the Browns, well, are they just going to be the Browns? Let's start with the division favorite, Brad, the Ravens here. Biggest question. I think you could pick either two of these, so I'll present them to you. And you tell me what you think your biggest question facing the Ravens is in 2026. Does the defense step up in the first year under head coach Jesse Minter? Last year, Ravens 31st in the NFL in passing yards allowed per game. Or does Lamar Jackson stay healthy and return to MVP form? What do you think is the bigger question facing the Ravens, who are once again right up at the top, third co-favorites in terms of the odds to win the Super Bowl this year? What's the biggest question facing Baltimore?
Yeah, I think it's Lamar Jackson. Look, he's got to regain that MVP form. There's no doubt about it. A guy that saw a fairly precipitous drop-off in a number of completion percentage categories last season. That Nettleson hamstring injury obviously limited what he is known for, and that's his incredible duality. A guy that, can shimmy and shake in the open field. He's one of the most dangerous open field runners, regardless of position in the National Football League, and he just doesn't look like himself. Even coming back from that injury. So they got to have him return to form as somebody that can booty scoot on the field and a guy that can throw lasers as well with a lot of those high velocity tosses over the middle with a Mark Andrews or down the field. Some of the weapons around him. I think Zay Flowers especially could have a career year in this offense and that's assuming with a healthy Lamar Jackson. So for me, that is the biggest question mark impacting this overall franchise. Lamar has got to get back to playing at an elite level. And I think at this point in his career, at his age, he's still capable of a dynamite season or two.
Oops, sorry, hit the wrong button there. Took myself off camera. Yeah, he definitely is. And, again, I think in recent weeks, there's a certain player that has been just absolutely blowing up in terms of his hype and his stock. And that could be the reason this Ravens offense looks scarier outside and around Lamar Jackson, whereas in years past, they've needed Lamar to be a little bit of Superman. We know they have Derrick Henry. Can King Henry continue to run at a Hall of Fame rate despite now being 32? But Brad, in terms of a player you and I both have fantasy feels for, it's got to be their rookie receiver out of USC, doesn't it? Because, boy, is he turning heads.
Yeah, Jacoby Lane, man. I think he is a guy that, is stepping up and is looking like he is locked in the WR3 role. I mean, WR1's going to be Zay Flowers. He is going to command the target share in this offense. In red zone situations, I think Mark Andrews is going to stick out like a sore thumb like he classically has. Rashad Bateman, what version you going to get? The guy from a couple of years ago, the guy that took a step back last year. That's anyone's best guess, though. I think he is going to have his moments being a chunk gainer. But Jacoby Lane is a guy that's a dirty work underneath. Big-bodied frame at 6'4", right around 218, 220 pounds. He's a guy that typically wins in contested catch situations. He doesn't necessarily have elite speed, but he has got the separation skills through the raw precision, and he's built a trust with Lamar Jackson already in training camp. So what that transfers seamlessly from training camp and the exhibition season. We saw him in the last game with the 3 catches, over 30 yards and that receiving touchdown. If that player that we saw preseason week 1 carries over into the regular season of week 1 and Baltimore opens on the road against Indianapolis, you could have a rookie sensation and a true difference maker on this roster. So you and I very much on the same wavelength with our interest, potential adoration for the rookie, Jacoby Lane.
Yeah, and look, I mean, you mentioned wide receiver 3. I just, Declan, that brings us to Declan Doyle, who I feel like is not being talked about nearly enough with how the success of this team is going to look. 29 years old, one of the youngest offensive coordinators in NFL history. I mean, we officially have a Ben Johnson coaching tree now because he was the OC for the Bears last year. Now he's going to be the play caller. Not only do you have a first-time head coach in Jesse Minter, now you got a first-time offense coordinator play caller at 29 years old. He's younger than me, Brad. I mean, I feel old. I got a guy younger than me calling plays in the NFL for a Lamar Jackson-led offense. And a lot of that is going to stick to what the Ben Johnson offense looks like with the Bears, where it's a pro-style scheme, very detail-oriented, and it's usually under center, a lot of pre-snap motion, want 12 personnel, 13 personnel. They like to beef up that offensive line. If that's the case, we're not going to see a lot of plays where there's more than 2 receivers on the field. And so we know Zay Flowers is out there. And so then it becomes, I feel like, in my opinion, it could become Jacoby Lane versus Rashad Bateman. Who is going to get the majority of touches? Who's going to get the majority of snaps, if you will, on the field? Rashad Bateman's coming off a lackluster season. I think with the hype that Jacoby Lane has produced right now, I would honestly have him on the field over Rashad Bateman, which really then could help his stock take off. So, yeah, you and me all in on the Jacoby Lane hype train. Brad, your favorite team-related play for the season for Baltimore, what would that be?
Yeah, I mean, there were a number of really intriguing player props. Man, I love me some Mark Andrews, provided he doesn't have a case of the dropsies, which we've seen before in the end zone in critical situations, mind you. But I like the over 5.5 receiving touchdowns for the proven plus size target at a -115 juice right now at our friends there at BetMGM. Mark Andrews has the 9th easiest fantasy tight end strength of schedule, so something to keep in mind. He's also scored at least 6 times in 5 of his last 7 seasons. He was number 8 in total red zone targets among all tight ends last season. He averaged 4.1 targets per game. Yes, he only had a 90.3 passer rating when targeted, but again, a number of those games were without Lamar Jackson. Mike Lady, ESPN's got it projected for 7 touchdowns. That number feels exactly right. I think it will indeed be a lucky number 7 for Mark Andrews this season. So give me the over. Andrews, 5.5 touchdowns.
Okay, I'm gonna focus on the team here. And look, I love we just waxed poetic about Jacoby Lane. I think if Lamar does stay healthy, there is a certain floor for this Baltimore Ravens team, and it's 8 or 9 wins. Like, that's the floor. That's the worst they could be if Lamar Jackson plays 15 games or more. That's the floor. I don't think the ceiling is as high as a lot of other people think, Brad. I don't know where all this hype is coming for Baltimore. Not only did they disappoint last year, and again, Lamar Jackson missing 4 games with the injury and not really being 100% all season, played a factor. And I know Nnamdi Madubuike is coming back, and without him, their pass rush was toothless. And I know that they've also added Trey Hendrickson. He's also coming off of an injury-riddled season. The Ravens were like the worst passing defense in the league last year, only better than the Cowboys and only by a couple of yards per game. Is bringing in Jesse Minter going to solve all of that? Maybe, but it's also a first-time head coach. And then you've got, like I said, Declan Doyle, a first-time play caller at 29, taking over this offense. I feel like there's way too many question marks right now to just assume that Baltimore is going to play to the best of their ability. There's going to be no speed bumps. There's going to be no hiccups. I'm sorry. I think the hype is misguided here. There's so many, hey, Lamar's back. The Ravens are going to be back, man. They're going to win 12, 13 games. I know their schedule. They've got some soft spots. I just think it's a lot to ask for them to get to 12 wins, under 11.5 wins for me. Our friends at BetMGM, you got to drink a little bit of juice, -145. I think for the Ravens to get to 12 wins, there are so many things that have to go right, and I just don't see that happening. Not with all the question marks that persist on the defense and the coaching staff and the play calling and obviously the overall health of this team. I don't like their depth. They lost Tyler Linderbaum as well in the offseason at center. I think that's a big piece for that offensive line. So I'm sorry, Brad. I'm not buying the Ravens hype here. Maybe they get in as a wild card team. I do not think they win this division, and it wouldn't shock me again if they miss the playoffs altogether.
5th easiest overall strength of schedule. Just tossing it out there. You might want to take that into account. Right now, the road seems an easy one to hoe. for this franchise. Well, you're right. There's always surprise teams. There's always twists and turns that are completely unexpected. If they don't deliver, and again, the key asset of this team, bar none, is Lamar Jackson. He has got to play as that MVP caliber quarterback that he certainly is. If he does deliver on that front, they certainly will be a playoff team, and a team is still going to win the division. But if he lives and wades in mediocrity, kind of takes a step back, which we saw at times last season, you're going to be 100% correct.
All right, let's move on to the Steel Curtain, baby. The Steel City, Pittsburgh. The Steelers, winners of the division last year, but it was the same old story for Pittsburgh. Barely sneak into the playoffs, get routed in the wild card round. Brad, biggest question facing the team this year? If you disagree, let me know, but I think it's quite obviously, what does Aaron Rodgers have left in his final season? Is it not?
Yeah, it is. And look, you and I view Aaron Rodgers completely differently of what he can, tally this season. You still believe he is a guy that's got plenty of gas left in the tank. I think he is going to be more of a glorified game manager. I think he is going to have hotter takes on Pat McAfee than hot action on the field. And I believe he's going to be more or less a glorified game manager, maybe leaning on the aforementioned Rico Dotto, leaning on the aforementioned Tyler Warren as well. Or Jalen Warren, I should say. So, look, the Steelers defense, I think, is going to be at least a top 10, if not a top 5 unit overall. But Aaron Rodgers, gone are the days of 24 or greater passing touchdowns and him dominating defenses, throwing frozen ropes all over the damn field. He's still got decent zip on his fastball. He's obviously still one of the smartest guys on the field, and in his own mind, one of the smartest guys in the room. I'll give him credit there. But again, he's just kind of an average quarterback at this point on the career arc. So I don't think he has a lot left. You disagree. So please try to convince our audience that Aaron Rodgers is actually going to deliver meaningful numbers.
I think he's going to. I mean, again, I have been very vocal in thinking that Rodgers has it. Yes, again, predicting injuries. If he gets injured because of, I don't know, right? I mean, he takes a hit, he takes a blind shot hit and gets rolled up on and sprains his ankle and he misses 5-6 games, a high ankle sprain, or God forbid anything worse than that, then, I mean, look, could you say you saw it coming? Of course, there will be that people. Oh, he's 42 going on 43. Are you actually surprised that he got hurt? I mean, if it's something that could have hurt any other quarterback in the league, I don't want to hear it. I don't. If it's something that is just wow, Rodgers has a tight hamstring from just a normal workload, okay, then yeah. I mean, we saw that in years past. It's a danger. It's a possibility. But look, I think the offensive line has improved. I think it's another year with a lot of cohesion for these guys. And I think the biggest thing was making that trade for Michael Pittman. Brad, I've said it the last couple of years, throwing a Van Jefferson, Calvin Austin as his second receiver. You bring in Michael Pittman, who was the number 1 in Indianapolis, and you got a healthy Darnell Washington coming off the broken forearm. I think he was making a lot of progress at the end of the season. You bring in Rico Dowdle, and it takes away the great pass catching of Kenny Gainwell, sure, but I think you have an overall much better running offense now. I think it's all going to help Aaron Rodgers. He still has it in between the ears. I think he still has the arm. It's just how mobile and how quickly do they have to make him get rid of the football. If he's got a little bit better protection, we know he can dice up defenses. So yeah, I think Rodgers is going to have a really good year. I'm talking close to 30 touchdowns. I'm talking over 3,200 yards. And I think this Steelers team, I think they're getting into the playoffs as a wild card team this year. And Brad, I do have a lot of fantasy feels for that aforementioned Darnell Washington. I mean, maybe I'm just, look, do I wish I was 6'7", 300 pounds and can run like a 4.6 40 and run people over and also be shifty running the football? Yeah, I do. So maybe I'm just in love with the specimen that is Darnell Washington. He's got to put it together, right? He had a really slow start to the season, kind of came on late, then had that broken forearm. But man, I think Pat Freiermuth's best days are behind him. So I think the more the Steelers usher in the new era at the tight end room that is Darnell Washington, the better off they're going to be for it. So I got the feels for this guy, especially because you could probably wait till your last round in your fantasy drafts. Hell, you could probably pick him up after the draft is done. and maybe just wait and see how the first 2 weeks go and grab him. I think he's going to be a very popular waiver wire addition in the first 2 weeks of the season, and he's going to put up some big-time numbers this year. I'm talking over 500 yards and at least 5 touchdowns, which I think is pretty damn good for a guy that was really an afterthought in this offense at the beginning of last season.
A bit of a freak as an athletic specimen, given the size and the measurements and the fly trap hands that he possesses. I mean, you want to talk about taking like a sore thumb out at the red zone. My goodness, he's a definition of that. So I think Aaron Rodgers will connect with him, fairly early and often in those situations this season. So I concur with you on that point of view. I actually agree with you as well on Michael Pittman. I'm going to slap your ass and give you a good game, because I think Pittman is the fantasy feels guy that I'm looking at, and I'll just piggyback on this point. Right now, the over-under on Pittman receiving touchdowns this season, this is real, folks, 3.5. That is it. That is a watermelon on a damn twig. That's lowest
crazy
of low-hanging fruit. I don't really understand why it's that low. I think he's going to lead this team in receptions. I think he's going to lead this team in yards. I think he's going to lead this team in receiving touchdowns. More than Washington, more than DK Metcalf. I think he's more consistent, reliable, and schematically what he brings aligns with the strength still of the 40-something Aaron Rodgers. And you look at Pittman, he's gone over 3.5 receiving touchdowns in 4 of his last 5 seasons. In his final season with the Colts, he was number 13 among all NFL wide receivers in red zone targets. So that is one of his strengths and calling cards. He was number 16 in average yards of separation per target. All I need is 4 end zone spikes. Daddy want, daddy need, daddy gotta have it. Let's ride, baby.
There he goes. Up, up.
You may have this by, I don't know, week 8, week 9, week 10. 4 TD grabs, fans. That's all he needs. Sign me up. I'm going to BetMGM right now.
All right, we got to take a quick break. We come back, we'll focus on the 2 C's in this division, Cincinnati and Cleveland. We'll continue our deep dive on the AFC North when we return. 310-840-4910. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Unlikely, in my estimation, that New Orleans defense will be good enough this year to carry this team to a division title, a playoff berth, if the offense is not very good. And I think most people would agree with that. So if you liked the Saints this year, and there are a lot of smart people that like New Orleans, the case is they're going to score 1 billion points. And the offense is going to be really fun. And it's going to be up-tempo. And Chris Olave and Jordan Tyson could emerge as soon as this year as, probably not better than like CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens, probably not better than Jamar Chase and T. Higgins, Puka Nacua, Devontae Adams, one of the best 1-2 punches at wide receiver in the entire National Football League. Now I think about the epic scene in Godfather 2 when Frank Pentagelli gets up there and the prosecution thinks they've got Michael Corleone, Al Pacino nailed, right? They think they've got him. And Frank is going to testify against Michael Corleone. And then they bring his brother to the proceedings to kind of show him, hey, buddy, you better not say anything here. Omerta, silence. And he flips. And he goes, oh, I don't know nothing about any of this. My parents were in the olive oil business with his family. And the case completely falls apart. This is Godfather 2. Basically, for anyone that liked the New Orleans Saints this year, if this injury lingers. And I really hope that it doesn't. Because this was going to be so exciting this year with Tyson and Olave. My sincere hope is that this is a 2-month injury max. Maybe he's able to get back on the field sooner, but if you're the Saints, you can't rush this. You screw this up with the hamstring and he re-aggravates this, like he's done for the year or most of the year at best. And then you're really sunk. You can't have it. So hopefully this is just a 2-month injury and Tyson's able to come back and we get, for more than half the season, the vision of what this New Orleans Saints offense could be.
I'm a Broncos guy, to be honest. I think that I think they're the best roster on paper. I know I do have a Demaryius Thomas jersey behind me, but no homerism here.
The late great.
I do think that, yeah, exactly. I think they're an awesome roster. I also played a little bit of Bo Nix MVP at 35-1. Just fits a lot of historical criteria with a good team, going to win a lot of games. Quarterback who obviously just got Jalen Waddle, pushes Cortland Sutton to be a number 2, kind of a possession number 2. And then Pat Bryant has been the talk of camp. Their new, running back Jonah Coleman, I think, could play a role. J.K. Dobbins is kind of the big back, and then you have R.J. Harvey to be kind of an explosive option there out of the backfield as well. I don't know if Bo Nix is any good, but I think a 35-1 and a team that I think could easily win the division, win 12 plus games, puts him squarely in play.
Live lines, late games, and breaking angles. BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle. Back now.
Welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join, 310-840-4910. Let's get right back into our AFC North deep dive here. We hit the Ravens and the Steelers before the break. Let's go to Cincinnati here. And Brad, I know that Burrow's health is going to be a big question mark for sure, but I think the biggest question facing Cincinnati is quite simply, does the Bengals defense show a pulse this year? Because, my God, have they stunk up the joint the last 2 years. They ran Lou Anarumo out of town as the DC. Last year one is out without Golden as the DC, coming over from my Notre Dame Fighting Irish. Didn't go much better. They made some big-time additions this offseason. Dexter Lawrence, signed Boye Mafe, signed Jonathan Allen. Does the Bengals defense show a pulse? I think that's the biggest question facing Cincinnati. What say you?
I completely agree. I think with the addition of Dexter Lawrence, some of the investments they made on the back end, and just really kind of the reconfiguration of this defense overall, they should, and that's the operative word here, should be a top half unit. If they can achieve that, it's going to really kind of change the entire schematics of this team is going to change the entire strategy on a per game, per week basis with this team. Joe Burrow's not going to have to drop back and throw the rock 40, 45 times every single damn week. Now, you fantasy fans out there are saying, oh, please, we want the defense to royally suck. We want 15 targets to Jamar Chase. We know they're like 7, 8, 9, 10 targets to T. Higgins. We want all the checkdowns of my guy getting down with some Chase Brown from where the ILL. But look, I think the defense is going to be much improved. I think another big question mark, Pat, for this team is the offensive line. They've been a turnstile. They've been a sieve. They've been nothing but Casper the Friendly Ghosts up front. Are they going to be transparent yet again? Because if they are pushed and shoved around and dominating the trenches, that raises the injury downside for Chase Brown. It raises the injury downside, of course, with Joe Burrow, who has been susceptible here, as we saw last season. So the offensive line and the defense as a whole, those are the two key areas for Cincinnati to rectify things, deliver on the hype, and maybe win this damn division.
And I think they could. I think they can win the division, Brad. I really do think they do. You got the feels for Chase Brown. I got it for Joe Burrow because the man is going to be an MVP candidate. He's going to be in the MVP conversation if he stays healthy. And we know that every other year of his career, basically, he has failed to stay healthy with multiple different injuries. The turf toe, the torn wrist ligament, the torn ACL in his rookie season. When the man plays, he is a top 5, if not a top 3 quarterback in the game, throwing to Jamar Chase, throwing to T. Higgins, throwing it to your guy Chase Brown, Mike Gesicki, he make Andre Yoshivas look like a pretty damn great receiver because he's got full command of this offense. And Zach Taylor, I know he's got plenty of shortcomings as a head coach, but man, in terms of keeping this offense, putting up 30 points, 400 yards per game, there ain't many people better than Joe Burrow when he's dialed in. I expect a dialed-in Joe Burrow this year, and I do expect that defense to be marginally better, even if they are just middle of the pack, 15th best defense in football this year, Brad. I think the Cincinnati Bengals are winning the AFC North, plus 185. We've been talking about it. I'm close to making it an official prediction, but I'm right about there. I think the Bengals win the division this year because I think that defense is going to be better. And again, Burrow and that offense are elite. They prove it every year when he's on the field.
Yeah, you're exactly right, my friend. And the guy that I have the fantasy feels for that's a part of that offense is obviously getting down with my dude Chase Brown. Look, I thought he was a special talent coming out of Illinois. I watch every single snap during his days in Champaign. I'm a season ticket holder. I was evaluating the talent. People are just like, oh, you were in love with him because he wore the orange and blue. That's the only reason why. Well, look who's laughing last right now. Look, I was evaluating. I was absorbing everything that I saw, and I'm like, dude, this guy is going to play at the next level, and I think he's going to be successful if he is in the right system. Well, check that box. Check it again. He's delivered on all fronts and lived up to my hype. I mean, I wrote about it on my site, The Gaming Juice. I've written about it before on The Athletic. I've been talking up Chase Brown since he entered the league. And he has been one of the better running backs in the league here the last a couple of years running, and I think he's going to be a top 10 back yet again. And the other key takeaway is this. Chase Brown has lined up a ton in the slot this summer. They're going to utilize him heavily in the pass game.
All right, we got to take a short break. We still have to hit on the Cleveland Browns. We'll do that when we return because we're going to talk to Ashley Bastock, who covers the team, coming up in about 25 minutes from now. We'll also hit some more quarterback NFL over-unders when we return. A lot more football on the way. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. BetMGM tonight.
Yeah, let's go with the player opinion here. I think Matthew Golden, 750 plus yards at plus 210, and then 1,000 plus yards at plus 400 is really interesting. All the early reports that he's going to be playing in 12 personnel for the Green Bay Packers. Came on strong last year at the end of the year. Now you have no Romeo Doubs. You have no Dontavian Wick. So he's going to play a ton. Obviously, former first-round pick. Is he any good? I don't know, but I'm willing to get 2-1 to find out if he's even okay to get 750 yards. That's nothing for a guy playing full-time in an offense. Now, I think Jaden Reed and I think Christian Watson, when healthy, will probably also be somewhat productive too. But again, there's enough left there with 135 plus targets being left behind from last year for, I think, Golden to slot in here nicely and have a good season. So I like some of his alts here. And that's kind of just my overarching strategy with these season-long player props is I bet a ton of unders. And then when I like a player, I don't just take the minus 110, which Golden's around like 620 yards season long. I like taking the plus money here because the research shows if they go over, it's 25+% median and 35% on average.
One p.m. kick on Sunday, Tampa Bay at the Cincinnati Bengals. Total right now sitting at 51.5. That's too high. This the kind of perfect storm here of these. Everybody, a 51 point total is high. Okay, and it really is like, oh, we got two good offenses and two bad defenses, and like that's kind of the general like whiffs that I think a lot of people get from Cincinnati and Tampa, but I am like exactly opposite. I think both of these offenses are a hair overrated. Certainly Tampa Bay's offense is overrated. There's a world where there's no Egbuka out there week one, and then okay, like we might actually kind of get some potential false signal where people over adjust on the Cincinnati Bengals defense, but the Bengals defense to me looks quite strong.
Your live game night huddle while the action unfolds live, loud in the game. It's BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans on Westwood One Sports.
Hey-o! Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Bounce. Bounce with me. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 3 already of this Tuesday night shindig kicks off right now. Don't forget, you can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. You got plenty of different ways that you can listen to the program. The Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Fun show, first 2 hours, a lot of baseball, and most recently a lot of football, deep diving into the AFC North. I think the Bengals are going to win the division. I'm not buying into the hype on the Ravens. I think Aaron Rodgers still has plenty of juice left in the tank. What say you about the AFC North? 310-840-4910. We haven't touched on the Cleveland Browns because we're going to here in just a bit. And even more importantly, we're going to go behind Cleveland lines and talk to Ashley Bastock, Browns insider for Cleveland.com. Her thoughts on training camp, her thoughts on the quarterback battle, everything to look out for in this very, very make-or-break season for this offense and for Deshaun Watson and Shedeur Sanders and some young receivers, Harold Fannin, Quinshon Judkins. And this is one of the youngest offenses outside of the quarterback position in the NFL. And if Shedeur does end up taking it over, you're looking at one of the youngest offenses overall. So we'll get Ashley Bastock's thoughts in less than 20 minutes from now. 310-840-4910. Brad, we'll get to Cleveland here in just a bit. Let's like we deep dive on Baltimore, Pittsburgh, and Cincinnati. But as we're one step closer, one day closer to the start of the NFL season, 22 days away on this time right now, we'll be getting ready to kick it off between the Seahawks and the Patriots. Let's do some more over-under, shall we? Some season-long predictions for some of the top quarterbacks in the game. And let's start with the reigning MVP. And the reigning, well, they're not the NFC West champions, and they got beat in the NFC title game. But the team that is the Super Bowl favorite, LA Rams, Matthew Stafford's touchdowns this season, Brad, 30 and a half. He blew past that number last season quite easily. Career high 46 touchdowns. He can fall 15 short of that and still go over that number this season. Are you taking the, are you going to be edgy here and go on the under on Matthew Stafford, or do you think he blows past 30 again this year?
Man, I ain't insane in the membrane. I can't fade Matthew Stafford. Now, look, there are some concerns right now with Puka Nacua, obviously. There could be a suspension looming around some of the off-the-field controversies that have been tied to him. And he's dealing with a tender love muscle, a groin injury right now. But hopefully he's going to be ready for week 1. So that gives me a little bit of pause. They still got Devontae Adams there. I know he's getting a little bit long in the tooth, but still one of the elite red zone weapons in the game. Kyron Williams, certainly good to pinch as a pass catcher. They got a plethora of tight ends on roster. Terrence Ferguson has been the talk behind the scenes of the Rams training camp. Effectively could be the third wide receiver in a way on this roster, though. Again, he's listed at tight end. Stafford's good, Chuck. I say at least 35, and all we need is 31 to cash. It's light juice on the over at a minus 105. I really don't understand that. It's not an overly intimidating strength of schedule. 15th hardest for fantasy quarterbacks. Mike Clay at ESPN's got a projected for exactly 35. And again, I think that number is right. Yes, he's got possibly the best defense in the NFL and support, so it may not be a lot of many negative game scripts, but he was number 7 in red zone completion percentage, number 1 in red zone attempts last year, number 10 in deep ball completion percentage. How on earth can you go against Matthew Stafford with a brilliant mind like Sean McVay calling the shots and arguably the best offense in the NFL when everybody's healthy? Over 30 and a half passing touchdowns. Final answer.
Yeah, I'm not thinking twice about this. And, for other people, well, what about Stafford's bad back? Look, he had a bad back last year to the point where they basically had him do 2 little mini workouts, and they were like, hey, shut him down. This thing ain't ready to go. We're 3 weeks away from the start of the season, and we're wondering if Matthew Stafford's going to miss week 1. How did that turn out? The red light therapy and everything else. Yeah, he went on to win the MVP, the best season of his career. So, yeah, look, there has been no reported issues about the back here. Could he get hurt? Yeah, he could get hurt just like 31 other quarterbacks in the NFL could get hurt. Outside of that, you mentioned all the upside of this offense. Over 30 and a half. Not thinking twice about it. He could easily throw for 35. Hell, it wouldn't shock me if he touches 40 again this year. I mean, I think he's going to continue to age like a fine wine. All right, this is a good one here. The reigning AFC West champions and Bo Nix with this Broncos offense that, on paper, got a hell of a whole lot better adding Jalen Waddle to the receiving room. J.K. Dobbins, R.J. Harvey still going to man the running back room. And Sean Payton turning over the play calling duties here this season. Does that affect this passing game as Davis Webb is going to be the play caller for this Broncos offense? Evan Engram, we'll see if he could be a better run blocker and get on the field more in the tight end room. But Bo Nix's passing touchdowns for this season, 24 and a half. Last year, he finished almost right on the button there. 25 touchdowns last season, had 29 his rookie year. So, Brad, over under 24 and a half touchdowns for Bo Nix.
Yeah, again, 25 and 29 his first 2 years in the National Football League. And I've talked to a number of my Denver reporter friends, and they have been speaking about how up-tempo this offense is going to be under Webb. And that could really unleash a lot of efficiency, short to medium field passes, the occasional downfield chuck. Bo Nix is going to be a focal point of the offense, as he, understandably and deservedly should be. They're going to be, fairly balanced, of course, with a running attack. J.K. Dobbins, R.J. Harvey. I love me some Jonah Coleman, and I think he's going to be an impact player in at least 3 to 5 games this season, a direct backup to J.K. and R.J. But I like the weaponry around Nix. Cortland Sutton, and we'll see if he remains as a WR2, because Pat Bryant's been all the talk of training camp. Everybody is hyping him up. He could be a breakout potential season for him. Jalen Waddle, you mentioned. Evan Engram, we'll see if he's got anything left. I think this number is a little bit too low. 25 to 27 passing touchdowns feels right to me. He was number 9 in red zone completion percentage last season. And I understand the Denver Broncos defense is going to be stiff and stout, maybe limit some of those coming from behind sort of games, but he has arguably the best offensive line in the NFL. So a lot of clean pockets. He'll be efficient as a result. 25, 27 touchdowns. That is what my fearless forecast is for Bo Nix.
I want to bring out the stat you mentioned there, 9th in red zone completion percentage. That's really good. Let me point out another stat to you here, Brad, from his rookie season and how it compared to last year. Bo Nix's rookie season, he threw 77 pass attempts inside the 20. So in the red zone, he threw 77 passes all year. 30% of those pass attempts went for a touchdown. Last year, Bo Nix, 87 pass attempts in the red zone. 19% resulted in a touchdown. And even more jarringly are the numbers inside the 10 and inside the 5. Bo Nix rookie season threw 30 passes inside the 10. 50% went for touchdowns. Last year, threw 38 passes inside the 10. 24% went for touchdowns. That's a massive difference. And inside the 5, where, smaller sample size, you're not throwing too many passes inside the 5, but still, Bo Nix rookie season threw 11 passes inside the 5. 25% went for a touchdown. 55% went for a touchdown. So that's 6 out of 11. Last year, 20 pass attempts inside the 5, only 35% went for a touchdown. For whatever reason, they just couldn't get it going when they were throwing on 1st and goal or in the red zone. So that worries me. That worries me. That was the play calling, and I think that's a big reason why Sean Payton turned over the play calling to Davis Webb. But you said the number is low. It feels too low. It feels dirty. It feels stinky. But I just can't buy it. I can't buy it. I mean, he could if he plays every game and he avoids any injury bug. I mean, Bo Nix could easily throw for 30, right? But I just feel like this is a trap. And I feel like he could still have a really good season and only finish with like 23 or 24 touchdowns. So I'm going to go under, but I don't like it. It stinks, and I'd rather just move on. Let's go to Sam Darnold. You want to talk about a low number? How about this for low, Brad? Sam Darnold, 23 and a half passing touchdowns is the total. He only had 25 last year, 35 2 years ago with the Minnesota Vikings. Sam Darnold has not missed a game in the last 2 years. Does he go over or under 23 and a half touchdowns? What do you think?
Oh, I will pinch my nose on this one and take the under, Pat. Look, it is used to the under. And you might say to yourself, yeah, you already throw out the numbers 25, 35 passing touchdowns the last couple of seasons. I'll give additional data while I'm, an absolute moron for taking this under. He was number 6 in adjusted completion percentage last season, number 3 in deep ball completion percentage. Thanks, JSN and Rashid Shaheed. He was number 7 or 17, excuse me, in a red zone completion percentage. A little bit of a drop off there. Strength of schedule, only the 13th easiest. So not the easiest, but not the hardest by any stretch. So kind of neutral in that category. Mike Clay's got a projected for 24 on the nose, but he's got a very supportive defense. And I think they're really going to lean on the ground and pound again with Jadarian Price, a rookie out of Notre Dame. I think is going to make some serious noise. Get some Alani and Zach Charbonnet is going to be back, presumably maybe mid-season, close to full strength. It's going to be close, man, but I don't feel great about it. I'm not actually going to bet on this, but if I have a lean, I indeed will live in the land down under reluctantly on Sam Darnold 23.5 passing scores.
Yeah. Land down under. I'm going to go and men plunder. Sam Darnold, maybe only goes 23 touchdowns. I'm going to take the over. But I don't think that this is pretty eye-popping when I first look at it. But then again, you look at what happened last year. You look at how much they want to run the ball, especially run the ball in the red zone. Look, I think that's changed. And I know Clint Kubiak's no longer here. He's the head coach of the Raiders. So Brian Fleury is now the offensive coordinator. Zach Charbonnet starting the season on the PUP list. Remains in recovery mode as of 2 days ago. Still on the PUP list. I don't think he's going to be there to start the season. So if it is my guy Jadarian Price from Notre Dame and George Alani, who you mentioned, do you trust those guys to pound it into the end zone if you're inside the 10 or inside the 15? I think they got to be a little bit more aggressive throwing the football early on this season. And I think you've got a lot more trust in Sam Darnold after he showed you he can win a freaking Super Bowl. So I think that just results in more throwing opportunities, more red zone opportunities for Darnold, and I think more touchdowns. I'll take the over, but yeah, that's another number that is pretty fishy and pretty tricky. Finally, let's go to Malik Willis. If you thought those last two numbers were pretty stinky and trap-esque, how about this one? Malik Willis, 14.5 touchdowns for this Dolphins team. Look, we really have no data to go off of for Malik Willis here other than his time as a backup. He's never thrown more than 3 touchdowns in a season. He's never made more than 3 starts in a season. So we're flying blind. We know the receiving room is a complete question mark. They have Devon Achane, but not much outside of that. Can Malik Willis just get to 15 touchdowns here, Brad? Do you think so? Yes or no?
Yes, I do, because the volume is going to be cranked for Malik Willis because this defense is going to be a bottom 5 unit. So they're going to be playing from behind often in games. He could come out, smell like a rose in garbage time. I know the receiving core is exactly that, unproven. But Caleb Douglas looked pretty good in the last preseason game, and that one-handed tip that ended up coming down with to himself for a sizable chunk gain. Maybe he's that surefire WR1 that could shine in his rookie season. I think Greg Dulcich is going to be a potential breakout tight end pass catcher. Devon Achane is a guy that could catch upwards of 70, 75, maybe even 80 passes this season, and so explosive in the open field. I mean, if you play even 15 games, can he average a passing touchdown per game? I know it's a limited sample size from last season, but he took a major step forward in Green Bay with his overall accuracy. He looked poised in the pocket. He delivered passes crisply within that LaFleur offense. If that transfers to South Beach, all I need is 15 passing touchdowns. Yeah, I can invest in that. Though I will say Malik Willis could be more of an impactful rusher than a passer this season. That dude can absolutely scoot.
Yeah, he can. And look, in case you're wondering, well, is there a chance he gets benched? Well, remember, they do have Quinn Ewers as the backup, who they drafted in the 7th round last year. And then Quinn Ewers did play in 4 games a season ago, made 3 starts, week 16, 17, 18. And in those 3 games, threw 3 touchdowns, threw 3 picks. Wasn't very good. I mean, the Dolphins season was a lost cause at that point. So I think there is a chance if the Dolphins are really bad and Malik Willis is poor, maybe not even because of his own fault, maybe because, again, the offense around him might stink. I think there's a chance they bench him because, hey, you got to see what you got in Quinn Ewers, because otherwise you're probably going to be drafting a quarterback again next year. And they're probably going to be drafting a quarterback regardless of how Quinn Ewers plays, unless he takes over and plays 6-7 games and absolutely dominates. I just don't see it happening. So I think there's a chance Malik Willis gets benched. And I think there's a chance that he just doesn't get to 15 touchdowns here, Brad, because, I mean, think about it. Well, let's make a comparison. Let's make a comparison to Cam Ward, who was the unquestioned franchise quarterback for the Titans last season, played 17 games, got hurt in the final game of the season, but played every game. Cam Ward only threw 15 touchdowns last year. And that was with an offense that was marginally better, I think, than what the Dolphins are going to be trotting out there. So it's a low number, but it wouldn't surprise me if he goes under here. It wouldn't surprise me if they go to Quinn Ewers at some point if they're as bad as we think they're going to be. So that number, I don't want any part of that. I don't want any part of Malik Willis, taking his over or under on his passing touchdowns. 310-840-4910. We'll take a short break. We'll get back to the AFC North when we come back, because we got to hit on the Cleveland Browns. And what better way to go deep on the Cleveland Browns than to talk to Ashley Bastock, who covers them for Cleveland.com. We'll get all of her thoughts on training camp, and we'll hopefully get some answers on what is the biggest question facing the Browns this season. Who's QB1, and are they going to be QB1 for the majority of the season? Talking Browns with Ashley Bastock when we come back. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
The Tennessee Titans, I think, are just going 5-12. I don't see the variance there. And if you wanted to build an upside case for Tennessee, and there are people that are making this case, and I respect some of them, and look, they can be right, I can be wrong, I'm wrong a lot. I don't think I'm going to be wrong on this one. The case revolves entirely around Cam Ward taking the next step, a sophomore leap after a disappointing rookie year. That, to be fair to him, you can pin a lot of it on Brian Callahan and the disastrous, coaching situation. Here's Mike McCoy, just absolutely brutal stuff. Not necessarily put in a position to succeed with a bunch of unproven pass catchers and a substandard offensive line. I get it. I get it. If you wanted to give Cam Ward an excuse for what happened last year. One preseason game is one preseason game. And I am not trying to overreact. And I mean that. I'm not trying to overreact to one preseason game. But we can be honest. Whether you are a Cam Ward fan or not, a Titans fan or not, my guess is when you sat down to either watch the Titans preseason game against the 49ers, or if you watched highlights, or if you looked at the box score, however you consumed that game, my sense is you expected to see better from Cam Ward than 5 of 12 for 57 yards. And even if we want to just go past the statistics and just look at the eye test, I don't know if this guy's got it. Cam Ward, to me, feels more, if we're going to talk number 1 overall picks in the draft, he feels to me more like Bryce Young than Caleb Williams. More like Sam Bradford than Matthew Stafford. More like Alex Smith than Eli Manning. I don't see it with Cam Ward. I don't. Tyquan Thornton carted out of practice with the Kansas City Chiefs. Now, we don't know if that means that he's seriously injured. Maybe it's nothing. I don't know. Carted off makes it sound like it could be potentially significant. So let's just talk about Kansas City's receiving core for a moment. It's not that Tyquan Thornton is Tyreek Hill. Like, he's not. He is a pure deep threat. That's pretty much all he does. But that's a pretty important role, especially in this offense. And consider the Chiefs brought him back this offseason. They brought him back. Like, they clearly liked him. And he averaged over 20 yards a reception last year from Patrick Mahomes. So what this does now to the Kansas City Chiefs receiving core, and perhaps you want to say, and I may say this also, Mahomes is back. He's going to be so good, it's not going to matter. But we need to cover all sides here on the show. We need to, discuss every potential outcome because we're huge sports fans, and we need to consider everything. Let's just say, and I don't know that he's going to be out for, he carded off, it doesn't sound good, right? If you take Tyquan Thornton out of the equation, obviously you have Travis Kelce, who is not just long in the tooth, that's the longest effing tooth in the history of teeth. You have Xavier Worthy, who has been, I don't want to say he's a bust, but he has not been great. And the Chiefs privately are blaming, Travis Kelce running into him on the third play of last season and screwing up his shoulder. I don't think he's very good. Maybe I'm wrong. We'll find out. There's Rashee Rice, who dealt with a knee injury and went to jail this offseason. From there, we have last year's mid-round pick, Jalen Royals, and this year's training camp darling, Cyrus Allen. Okay. It's a little thin, isn't it?
BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans returns now.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Because we started the show talking about the NL MVP race, and wouldn't you know it, Pete Crow Armstrong has just led off the ball game yet again with another bomb. 31st of the year to put the Cubbies up against the White Sox. So we'll get back to talking about PCA versus Shohei Ohtani in just a bit. Why? What else happened, Brad?
But wait, there's more. Michael Busch also went yard. Cubs up 2-0.
Wow. Beautiful. And obviously PCA pushed my streak, and let's go streaking to 6 in a row. So we love to see that. We'll get back to the NL MVP race discussion in just a bit. But as promised, let's go to Cleveland, baby. Let's go to the dog pound and talk some Cleveland Browns here. One of two teams still with a quarterback battle going on, and this one, the best one to keep an eye on as we head towards week 1 of the season. So to talk all things Browns, we go to the guest line and bring in Ashley Bastock, who covers the Browns for Cleveland.com. You can find her on Twitter at Ashley Bastock42. Ashley, it's Brad and Pat. Thanks so much for joining us. How you doing?
I'm good. Thanks for having me, guys. If one thing is true about Cleveland, we are used to quarterback battles here.
That is right. And who knows, maybe at the end of this season that ever-growing list on that Browns jersey of quarterbacks that have played in the last 20 years maybe it'll gain another name or two. Maybe, who knows? I mean, Sanders and Watson already on the list. But Ashley, what does the QB battle look like after Tuesday's practice? And what can you tell us about what head coach Todd Monken has been saying since Saturday's preseason game where Deshaun Watson started, but both he and Shedeur Sanders played against the Bears?
Yeah, so this week, I think, ever since the training camp schedule came out and we knew they were going to still be in a quarterback battle coming out of the spring, everyone has sort of had their eyes on as the pivotal week. On Thursday, they are doing their only joint practice of this training camp with the Buffalo Bills. Obviously, a tough challenge as Josh Allen and company come to town. But how Todd Monken has been talking about this battle is that it's still ongoing. I think it has shifted, and I think ultimately after the Bears game, what he talked about is wanting to make sure that Shedeur Sanders gets that chance to start a game. They wanted to see both of these guys start a half in a preseason game and get a 2-minute drill. And Deshaun Watson is still going to play in the third quarter. They still want him to get some quality reps against another team in this game situation. So I viewed it as they are determined to let it play out. But I think at the same time, it was very significant that Deshaun Watson started the first preseason game. Todd Monken at the time said, I have my reasons. But I think the way this schedule was set up, as people who follow the NFL, NFL players, coaches know, when you have a week with these joint practices, teams effectively treat that as more important than the preseason game. I mean, you see it across the league that after a joint practice or joint practices, most teams don't play a majority of their starters. For the Browns, I'm curious if that means if they'll play rookie receivers Casey Concepcion and Denzel Boston. They're both starters. They are rookies. I know they typically feel like they want those guys to get the reps, but I also don't know how much you want to risk. So I've been saying all week, it's not really apples to apples in terms of Deshaun Watson starting preseason game 1 with his starting O-line, all the starting receivers, and Shedeur starting this upcoming Saturday with what's going to be mostly backups against Buffalo backups as well. So I just think we've seen Deshaun Watson with the procedural stuff doing more of what Todd Monken wants, and Todd Monken feeling more comfortable with that. And that's kind of where I think it stands, and I think Deshaun Watson is in the lead right now.
Yeah, and Ashley, I was going to follow up and ask you about exactly that, what was reported yesterday, that Shedeur is going to start, but that it could come without the rest of the offensive starters. So if Shedeur is out there on Saturday with the backups on offense, does that continue to, basically kind of push towards the narrative that Deshaun Watson, this is his job to lose? And maybe as a follow-up, like, does that, in some ways, does that almost feel like the Browns are maybe not giving Shedeur a real crack at this, that they're not giving him a chance to play with the starters?
Well, I think they have really gone out of their way to make sure they make this as fair as possible, right? I think they saw what happened last year, and just this narrative that rose up where last year in training camp, Shedeur Sanders didn't get any reps with the ones. And this year, that obviously has been a very, very different story. How it's been working is him and Deshaun alternate reps with the ones each day. But also going back to the second week of training camp, when you talk about alternating the reps, Deshaun has had a majority of the fully padded practices, which I also think is significant. But I think they wanted to give Shedeur those reps with the ones, and I think it makes sense also from the perspective of Deshaun Watson is a 30-year-old quarterback who is coming off of not one but two surgeries for the same ruptured Achilles. And he also, in 2023, suffered a shoulder injury, glenoid fracture, which is very rare. I mean, at the time, this was a big storyline in Cleveland. We couldn't find another NFL quarterback that had suffered this particular kind of injury. So all of that is to say, Deshaun Watson hasn't been able to stay healthy. I imagine we're going to see both of these guys on the field at some point this year, and I think part of a method to this quarterback competition going on as long as it has is just the fact that they want to give Shedeur Sanders enough time to play with this first team, because those reps are going to dry up if Deshaun is your week 1 starter. That's just how it works. But I do think ultimately we are going to see both of those guys. They want him to be ready, and I think with Shedeur Sanders, when we've been talking about this week, the way he could totally change the competition again is he obviously has a knack for making some of these highlight plays, and fans remember it from last year. I think there were a couple of throws in the Bears game this past week where people got to see it, but I think for him it's more about stringing those together right now. So we'll see where it stands, but that's kind of my read on it.
No doubt about it. It's going to be interesting to see how that quarterback situation plays out. Ashley, one of the primary weapons for Deshaun Watson or Shedeur Sanders is likely going to be Casey Concepcion, who really turned heads in his preseason week 1 performance, catching 3 passes for 27 yards, had a rushing TD of 14 yards, extending his body, hitting the pylons up the right sideline. Again, really a standout. What's the buzz been in training camp on the rookie wideout this year? Do you feel he has a legitimate shot to lead the Browns in target share this season? If not him, who? And if I were to set a line of 600.5 receiving yards for Concepcion this year, what would you say, over or under?
Well, I'll start with that. I would take the over on that. The targets question is interesting because what I think is so special about Casey Concepcion is he can do so much. Like, you can get him involved in the run game. I think he's going to have a ton of punt return yards as well, so he's going to be a huge special teams asset, and that's a position the Browns just haven't been able to figure out over the last 5 or so years. But I know the Browns valued him as the number 1 punt returner in that 2026 draft class. So I thought his performance on Saturday kind of encapsulated all this stuff we knew about him. There was an amazing jet sweep he ran. But I think the buzz around him has been funny because most of the buzz in training camp has actually been around his fellow rookie Denzel Boston. And for weeks now, I've been saying, look, I think all of the buzz around Denzel Boston is very warranted, but I think he's getting more of it because people are seeing these social media clips and highlights of this 6'4" guy making these contested catches. So I actually think they're both really good. That's why in the target question, I'm like, would it be KC or would it be Denzel, or could it even be the second-year tight end Harold Fannin Jr.? But Denzel Boston has been amazing as well. I think his highlights on social media made the rounds a bit more earlier in camp, and now folks are really starting to open their eyes and see just how special Casey Concepcion might be. And I think, too, the other pleasantly surprising thing is the big knock on him coming out of college was some of the dropped passes he had. I think it was around 10, but he sort of said he felt like that was something that could be cleaned up through concentration, and we have not seen him drop the ball really in training camp. That has not been an issue. So that's also been really, really encouraging.
Yeah, it certainly has a lot of rookie sensation appeal, to say the least. Asher, let's talk running backs. Quinshon Judkins is coming off a major leg injury. Has he had any lingering repercussions that you witnessed in training camp? Do you feel he's set to be a workhorse in this offense? And on a related note, how does the offensive line work? Break down the ground attack of the Cleveland Browns for us.
Yeah, so Quinshon Judkins, I'll say, certainly does not look like he's feeling any effects of that dislocated ankle that he suffered that ended his 2025 season. It's actually been pretty amazing to see him step into that workhorse role. I mean, I know that's the role he's going to serve. And really what was so impressive was the first time we got out there for an OTA practice this spring, the Browns, had a mini camp right before the draft because they had a new head coach, and we watched him in those practices just watching on the sideline. He wasn't doing anything. And then less than a month later, we came back out, and not only was he in the running back drills, all of a sudden their first team period, he ran out there and was a full go. So he has looked great since the spring. He's talked about it, and I've seen it, where he just runs with so much confidence. It doesn't look like it's holding him back at all. But the O-line is the interesting part in all of this because the Browns have 5 new starters on that offensive line. I think they're still waiting for some things to shake out. But early in camp, there were a lot of procedural penalties. So that, I think, is the biggest thing to watch for with this offensive line. And again, I mean, I think Deshaun Watson's sort of grasp on a lot of that stuff is what has kind of nudged him ahead in this quarterback battle, is maybe his management of that. But they have 5 new starters, including rookie Spencer Fano, who they took in the first round of the draft. That was their first pick at left tackle. So it's been interesting. I'm still curious to see how it's all going to come together because we just don't know yet. But this is certainly a team with Todd Monken that values the run game. And when they made this O-line, they got guys who can pin and pull and do all of that. in Zion Johnson, Elton Jenkins in the interior as well. So it's been a big project for them this offseason for sure.
We're talking to Ashley Bastock here on BetMGM tonight. Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Ashley covers the Browns for Cleveland.com. You can find her on Twitter at Ashley Bastock 42. And Ashley, you're doing a phenomenal job because I've already had 2 or 3 questions lined up that you have answered in your excellent answers. So I was going to ask you about the O-line and that completely new-looking O-line, but you mentioned making sure there's no procedural penalties and making sure they don't shoot themselves in the foot before they can even build some momentum is going to be big. But how about the special teams? How about the kicking game? Is there a lot of trust in kicker Andre Schmidt? Because converting possessions into 3 points could be huge for the Browns' success this year. Got into the NFL last year as a 26-year-old and played pretty well. 24 out of 27 field goals, only missed 1 extra point, and only missed 1 field goal inside of 40 yards. So what's the word around the kicking game? There's a lot of trust in Andre Schmidt.
There's absolutely a lot of trust in Andre Schmidt inside that building right now. I mean, it seems like we're so comfortable with him as 2025 went on. And actually, as a matter of fact, when the Browns fired Kevin Stefanski in January and we spoke to owner Jimmy Haslam, one of the things he praised that he thought the team did well in 2025 was answering the kicker question, because it's something that, again, has just kind of plagued them post-Phil Dawson. So it's been over a decade, really, since they've had stability there. And I think Andre Schmidt has such an interesting story, but he is certainly going to have to build on that 2025 season he had. He finished it on a high note. I mean, he won the game for them in the season finale against the Bengals with a field goal. But, I mean, the fact that you can look at him and say, why do they have so much confidence in him? For me, it's the fact that they never even brought in a camp leg for him. I think that's so significant because Andre was actually brought in as a camp leg last year to compete with Dustin Hopkins, and he ended up winning the job. So I think it's significant they didn't bring in anyone there to compete with him. It's his job.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Ashley, you already mentioned this player, but let's dig a little bit deeper on Harold Fannin Jr., who was a jack of all trades last season, lining up as a traditional tight end in the slot and even occasionally in the backfield. What's Todd Monken's vision for his deployment this year? Do you feel he will again eclipse 100 targets this season, or could he regress given the roster upgrades and weaponry, especially a wide receiver?
You know, I think regression is certainly a possibility because last year it felt like he was the only skilled player on offense who was not impacted by all the quarterback turmoil. He was just able to produce no matter what. And this receiver core has really, really been ramped up. I mean, I've been covering the team since 2021. I'm a lifelong Clevelander, so I know plenty about Browns teams from before then. But as far as teams I've covered, this certainly feels like the best receiver room I've covered overall. So, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if there's a regression. I do actually think the most important thing for Harold is going to be staying healthy. We know this offseason he had a procedure related to a groin injury that he suffered in week 17 of last year, and those groin injuries can be tricky. So I think for him it's going to be all about working through that. He said when he got to training camp, he was one of the first players we talked to, that he was 100% ready to go. But I think I'm curious to see him when he's out there for real. Like, okay, is this impacting him at all? But I mean, I think they love Harold Fannin in that building. Todd Monken has loved to use tight ends. So I think they still have big plans for him, even though they've also revamped their receiving room.
Talking to Ashley Bastock here on BetMGM tonight. Westwood One Sports, talking all things Cleveland Browns. Ashley, this defense has been the identity of the team over the last few years as the offense has continued to struggle. They've searched for that answer at QB, and then came the decision to hire a new head coach, and going with Todd Monken over promoting Jim Schwartz led to Schwartz's resignation. Enter Mike Rutenberg, who is the new DC for the Browns. First-time coordinator, was with the Falcons last year. Now has to lead this defense without Myles Garrett. So why does Todd Monken and the Browns believe in Mike Rutenberg, and what can we expect from his defense this year?
Yeah, so I actually wrote a really in-depth feature on Mike Rutenberg, and it is sort of fascinating how he's managed to rise through these ranks. And I mean, for me, when I was reporting out this story, so much of it is related to his ability to build relationships. Like, if you talk to him, he's a very intense, like, kind of personality, to the point that I think some people are like, is this phony? Like, is this guy for real? But I mean, he is a person who has had to grind for the last 2 to 3 decades. He started out playing lightweight football at Cornell, sprint football, and got a job in the NFL working under Hall of Fame coach Joe Gibbs, first as an intern and then his assistant. And I mean, he's really had to grind his way through coaching staffs at the college level and the NFL level, and he's earned just like respect and built relationships at every possible stop. It's why a guy like Quincy Williams was so excited to play for him again here in Cleveland. Those two worked together in Jacksonville and then in New York when Mike Rutenberg was on Robert Saleh's staff for those handful of years that he was the head coach of the Jets. So I was just struck by this person who has been able to build these connections and is very emotionally intelligent, which I think you don't get for coaches a lot of the time. So he knows how to motivate each player. And on top of that, he's somebody who Jeff Ulbrich, his former boss in Atlanta, the DC down there, said has a PhD level knowledge of the secondary. And all of his most formative years have come in these defenses that are very similar to what these Browns were running. He comes from that same coaching tree as Jim Schwartz. So he's used to these attacking fronts as well. So I think that's why they were willing to take a chance on a first-time coordinator. And I mean, Todd Monken said it was his time, that it was very evident that it was his time when he interviewed. So I think what we've seen so far, he's kept a lot the same up front. And then in that secondary, his sort of hallmark is disguises. So that looks very different. I mean, the Browns played far and away more man coverage than any team last year, any other team across the league. So that's different, and it's led to a lot of turnovers in camp. They have something like 19 interceptions through 15 training camp practices. So we've at least seen it manifest that way.
Speaking of that defense, really quickly, one final question here, Ashley. In about a minute and a half or less, if you could. They've handed out extensions to Denzel Ward and Grant Delpit, two mainstays on this great defense over the last few years. But again, it's Jared Verse now, the new guy in town, trying to replace the legendary shoes of Myles Garrett. Has Jared Verse like automatically become one of the leaders on this defense because he has to fill the shoes of Myles Garrett, or is he trying to just blend in and make his mark here in Cleveland?
I think he's automatically become a leader, but I think he's made it clear that he's not filling anyone's shoes. He wants to be Jared Verse, but he is such a vocal leader, and he's just one of those people that has those personalities where guys want to follow him. He's loud. He's kind of like the exact opposite of Myles Garrett in that way. And I mean, Myles Garrett is not a vocal leader, and I think actually where this team is right now, we are really sort of seeing this match made in heaven between Jared Verse, a younger guy, and that sort of vocal leadership. And this defense has gotten so young. I think he's like the perfect sort of fit for what they need right now.
Awesome, Ashley. Awesome stuff. We so much appreciate your time. Looking forward to looking at your continued coverage of the Browns as we hopefully, fingers crossed, get an answer on who's going to be the quarterback to start the year in maybe a week or so. Although it might not tell us who's the quarterback at the end of this season. Either way, looking forward to catching up with you soon. And thanks so much again for your time.
All right. Thanks, guys.
See you, Ashley.
There you go. Ashley Bastock covers the Browns for Cleveland.com, and make sure you give her a follow on Twitter at AshleyBastock42. I did read some of that piece that she wrote on Mike Rutenberg. I was very excited to ask her that question, so that is great stuff on the front lines in the dog pound, getting the latest scoops on the Cleveland Browns. 310-840-4910. We'll get you a scoreboard update when we return. Will Ohtani go deep? Will PCA go deep again? This NL MVP race is getting hotter by the second. We'll have the latest on baseball tonight when we return. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
It's unlikely, in my estimation, that New Orleans defense will be good enough this year to carry this team to a division title, a playoff berth, if the offense is not very good. And I think most people would agree with that. So if you liked the Saints this year, and there are a lot of smart people that like New Orleans, the case is they're going to score 1 billion points. And the offense is going to be really fun. And it's going to be up-tempo. And Chris Olave and Jordan Tyson could emerge as soon as this year as, probably not better than like CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens, probably not better than Jamar Chase and T. Higgins, Puka Nacua, Devontae Adams, one of the best 1-2 punches at wide receiver in the entire National Football League. Now I think about the epic scene in Godfather 2 when Frank Pentagelli gets up there and the prosecution thinks they've got Michael Corleone, Al Pacino nailed, right? They think they've got him. And Frank is going to testify against Michael Corleone. And then they bring his brother to the proceedings to kind of show him, hey, buddy, you better not say anything here. Omerta, silence. And he flips. And he goes, oh, I don't know nothing about any of this. My parents were in the olive oil business with his family. And the case completely falls apart. This is Godfather 2. Basically, for anyone that liked the New Orleans Saints this year, if this injury lingers. And I really hope that it doesn't. Because this was going to be so exciting this year with Tyson and Olave. My sincere hope is that this is a 2-month injury max. Maybe he's able to get back on the field sooner, but if you're the Saints, you can't rush this. You screw this up with the hamstring and he re-aggravates this like he's done for the year, or most of the year at best. And then you're really sunk. You can't have it. So hopefully this is just a 2-month injury and Tyson's able to come back and we get, for more than half the season, the vision of what this New Orleans Saints offense could be.
I'm a Broncos guy, to be honest. I think that I think they're the best roster on paper. I know I do have a Demaryius Thomas jersey behind me, but no homerism here.
The late great.
I do think that, yeah, exactly. I think they're an awesome roster. I also played a little bit of Bo Nix MVP at 35-1. Just fits a lot of historical criteria with a good team, going to win a lot of games. Quarterback who obviously just got Jalen Waddle, pushes Cortland Sutton to be a number 2, kind of a possession number 2. And then Pat Bryant has been the talk of camp. Their new, running back Jonah Coleman, I think, could play a role. J.K. Dobbins is kind of the big back, and then you have R.J. Harvey to be kind of an explosive option there out of the backfield as well. I don't know if Bo Nix is any good, but I think a 35-1, a team that I think could easily win the division, win 12+ games, puts him squarely in play.
BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans returns now.
Let's go! Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Huge shout-out, Ashley Bastock, for joining us last segment. That was awesome stuff on the Cleveland Browns. In case you missed it, once the show is over, make sure you rewind on the Odyssey app or download the BetMGM Tonight podcast wherever you get your podcast. All right, scoreboard update. Major League Baseball, busy Tuesday night. Brad, let's start with the NL MVP race. We were mid-segment, or we're coming back from last segment, when Pete Crow Armstrong led off the ball game again for the second straight night with a bomb. So the last two nights, the first at-bat he's had, he's gone deep. The last at-bat he's gone, he went deep. That was the walk-off home run last night. What's the latest from the north side in Wrigleyville between the Cubbies and the White Sox?
Oh, and a quinky ding. PCA is up right now. 2-2 count, 2 out. Runners on the corners. Bottom of the second inning with the Cubs up 2-1. Eric Fetty is officially in the game. PCA just fouled off a high fastball, so still 2-2 on the count. Again, as you mentioned, PCA led off tonight's Cubs. Bottom half of the inning with a bomb. Michael Busch also had a solo homer. Drew Romo, though, cut the lead in half with an RBI single. It is 2-1. Northsiders against the Southsiders. Here's the pitch. And it is now a full count to PCA. Again, 2 outs, bottom of the second inning. Runners on the corners. He could just add to his case for NL MVP. Now he's getting a standing, rousing ovation at electric Wrigley Field. He just walked. Bases juiced, 2 out. Seiya Suzuki stepping up, and he has been white hot. We're going to see the Cubs add to their lead.
Wow, so he couldn't even swing the bat, huh? Wanted to take his walk. Couldn't be bothered to try to drive some guys in.
High.
Meanwhile, at Coors Field, Shohei Ohtani struck out in his first at-bat. The Dodgers do lead 1-0 thanks to a Max Muncy sac fly. All right, so PCA adding to his stock with that home run. He's got a walk. He's got a chance to score some runs. Cubbies up on the White Sox, like Brad said, 2-1. Really quickly, let's go streaking update. So I had PCA. Thank you to pushing me to 6 in a row. Brad, you've got Seiya Suzuki, and at this point, Seiya up at bat right now with those bases juiced. He did strike out his first time. I know Monty's got Bobby Witt Jr. for the second straight night, and he is 0 for 1 so far. And then how about our guys Zach Kroll and Lee? Because I forget off the top of my head who they both had. Somebody had Jake Berger.
Jake Berger was 1. He grounded a double play and 1 at bat. I'm saying, yeah, he's 0 for 1.
Okay, so he's 0 for 1. And then, let's see. The last guy would be Lee's guy.
I think, right?
No, Lee ended up taking Bo Bichette versus the Padres.
Oh,
so Bo
Bichette.
Bo Bichette is 2 for 3. He's 2 for 3.
Oh, all right. He's on the board.
All right, so we need Bobby Witt, we need Seiya, we need Jake Berger, but Brad, we'll bid you adieu, brother. These shows are flying by. We're closer and closer to week 2 of the NFL preseason. We'll see what PCA has in store the rest of the show, but we'll talk to you tomorrow.
Come on, Seiya, I need you. See ya.
Yeah, let's go with the player opinion here. I think Matthew Golden, 750 plus yards at plus 210, and then 1,000 plus yards at plus 400 is really interesting. All the early reports that he's going to be playing in 12 personnel for the Green Bay Packers. Came on strong last year at the end of the year. Now you have no Romeo Dobbs, you have no Dontavian Wick. So he's going to play a ton. Obviously, former first round pick. Is he any good? I don't know, but I'm willing to get 2-1 to find out if he's even okay to get 750 yards. That's nothing for a guy playing full time in an offense. Now, I think Jaden Reed and I think Christian Watson, when healthy, will probably also be somewhat productive too. But again, there's enough left there with 135 plus targets being left behind from last year for, I think, Golden to slot in here nicely and have a good season. So I like some of his alts here. And that's kind of just my overarching strategy with these season-long player props is I bet a ton of unders. And then when I like a player, I don't just take the minus 110, which Golden's around like 620 yards season long. I like taking the plus money here because the research shows if they go over, it's 25+% median and 35% on average.
One p.m. kick on Sunday, Tampa Bay at the Cincinnati Bengals. Total right now sitting at 51.5. That's too high. This the kind of perfect storm here of these. Everybody, a 51 point total is high. Okay, and it really is like, oh, we got two good offenses and two bad defenses, and like that's kind of the general like whiffs that I think a lot of people get from Cincinnati and Tampa, but I am like exactly opposite. I think both of these offenses are a hair overrated. Certainly Tampa Bay's offense is overrated. There's a world where there's no Egbuka out there week one, and then okay, like we might actually kind of get some potential false signal where people over adjust on the Cincinnati Bengals defense, but the Bengals defense to me looks quite strong.
Craziest one-liners you'll ever hear with your host, Pat Boyle. It's BetMGM Tonight, After Dark, on Westwood One Sports.
Hey-o! Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. We bid adieu to Brad Evans, and that means we've got two Solo hours coming your way, as we do every night, as we take you to 11 p.m. Eastern every Monday through Friday, or as we've just started calling it now, BetMGM Tonight After Dark. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Don't forget, you can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, and you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Talking text line to join the show is 310-840-4910. You can also hit me up on Twitter or on Instagram, both at PatBoyle44. Great show so far. It has flown by. We were talking a lot of football the last hour and a half. A lot of the new training camp news and injury news coming out today, with probably the most notable being a day after Saints rookie receiver Jordan Tyson. It's announced he's expected to miss at least 2 months with a hamstring injury. Their number one receiver, Chris Olave, coming off a monster season, limped off the field and was exiting the practice field today in training camp with the training staff. So awaiting, again, further update on that. But boy, oof, who dat? Who that's it? Well, the injury bug is beating the Saints right now. That's who's beating the Saints. It's things going from bad to worse right now for New Orleans. We did our deep dive on the AFC North, talked to Ashley Bastock, who covers the Browns for Cleveland.com, try to make sense of this quarterback battle between Deshaun Watson and Shedeur Sanders. But we started the show, and I want to get back to it because we've already had a big update tonight on the National League MVP race. The day started with our friends at BetMGM, with Shohei Ohtani and Pete Crow Armstrong deadlocked 50-50. Minus 110 odds for each of them to win the MVP. That is literally the literal definition of a coin flip. 50-50 for both gentlemen. And this came off the heels of last night, where they both put together heroic, miraculous, incredible performances. Pete Crow Armstrong, 4 hits, 3 RBIs, a stolen base, and 2 home runs, including the 2-run walk-off bomb to beat the White Sox in the 10th inning last night, sending Wrigley Field into pandemonium. Even more pandemonium than the stands were in a couple of innings before that, and we'll get to that in just a bit if you don't know what I'm talking about. And Shohei Ohtani, well, he didn't hit a walk-off, and they weren't playing a first-place team, and their in-city rival, like the Cubs were against the White Sox. It definitely meant more for Chicago and for PCA and the Cubbies, but still impressive nonetheless what Ohtani did. Went into Coors Field, 4 hits himself, 3 RBIs himself, 2 home runs as well for Shohei Ohtani. I mean, literally identical stat lines. And not only identical stat lines, PCA and Ohtani essentially have identical stat lines this season when you look at their overall stats on the year. Going into tonight, Pete Crow Armstrong hitting .281 with 30 home runs, 78 RBIs, and a .929 OPS. Shohei Ohtani going into tonight, hitting .295, so a bit better, 29 home runs, 78 RBIs, and a .948 OPS. For those of you arguing that Shohei Ohtani should be the NL MVP or will be the NL MVP, and I'm one of them, I think he will be the National League MVP. It is because Ohtani has dominated on the mound this year. And yes, he has not pitched since July 3rd, but the most recent news today, Ohtani threw a bullpen yesterday, is scheduled to throw a bullpen either today or tomorrow. And after that, assuming no tightness, no inflammation in the knee, Ohtani would then throw 1 or 2 live batting practice sessions, and that would basically clear the runway for him to return to the mound, perhaps in as few as 2 weeks, maybe even less. Ohtani on the season on the mound, utterly dominant. In case, it feels like it's been a long summer vacation, you might have forgotten. How about 8-2 with a 1.79 ERA in 14 starts? Not only that, what was maybe an argument against Ohtani or an argument for PCA up until a couple of weeks ago is no longer the case. And that is, well, there are the Dodgers. You take Ohtani out of the lineup. You take him off the mound. They're still going to win 105 games. They're the two-time reigning World Series champions. He's not as valuable to his team as Pete Crow Armstrong is to the Cubs. And then you've seen what the Dodgers have been doing here lately. Under 500 for essentially the entire second half of the season. Under 500 since the beginning of July, since Ohtani stopped pitching. Again, Ohtani's last start was July 3rd. On that day, on July 3rd, the Los Angeles Dodgers picked up a win to get to 58-31. Since then, 17-20. 17-20. It's in the bottom half of baseball. That's a mid-team, literally by definition. Actually, worse than that. They're under 500 since Ohtani stopped pitching. Because Freddie Freeman has had an okay season. Not some of the seasons that prime Freddie Freeman has had. Mookie Betts has struggled. Doesn't look like himself for most of this year. Teo Hernandez, I can't hit the ball out of the park. Hitting under 250. Kyle Tucker's been one of the biggest disappointments in all baseball this year. Will Smith has missed most of the year. They got Fiducia. Sounds like focaccia. It sounds like an Italian bread behind the dish. And no disrespect to him, he's done a decent job. But come on. Will Smith, who's a all-star catcher, has barely played this year. And the Dodgers, they look very ordinary. But Ohtani's heroics day in and day out at the dish, and what they are missing from him in the rotation, despite adding Tarek Skubal, and despite getting Blake Snell back, and despite nearly having a fully healthy rotation, the Dodgers have been below 500 since Ohtani stopped pitching. So yeah, for everybody that says you take Ohtani out of this lineup, you take Ohtani off the Dodgers, they're still the best team in baseball. They're going to win the NL West running. What are they? Because I think I can make the argument, and the stats now prove it, and the numbers and the eye test proves it. You take Ohtani off this Dodgers team, they might not even win their division. They have an 8-game lead on the Padres. Ohtani hasn't started in 6 weeks. The starting rotation has been average, above average, but their lineup outside of Ohtani, brutal. And then there's PCA. If you're arguing for him to win the MVP, it's not only the offensive numbers, which again speak for themselves. And how about tonight? Pete Crow Armstrong started the game for the second straight night with a solo home run number 31, RBI number 79, the OPS nearly 940, nearly what Ohtani's is, the average climbing over 280. But it's also because Pete Crow Armstrong is probably, almost certainly going to win the Gold Glove in center field. And not only that, he's got 31 stolen bases. Already in the 30-30 club. Has every opportunity in the world to be in the 35-35 club. And it might not be out of the stretch of reality for Pete Crow Armstrong to finish in the 40-40 club this year. 40 home runs, 40 stolen bases. Which, by the way, 2 years ago, Shohei Ohtani was in the 50-50 club in 2024 when he hit 54 home runs and stole 59 bases in his first year as a Dodger. But hey, 40-40, pretty damn impressive. And it's not just because of the Gold Glove in center field and the base stealing threat and the offensive numbers. Value. Right? What's the value? Pete Crow Armstrong has played every single game. And despite a slew of injuries to the Cubs pitching rotation, which has been pretty damn good in the second half, but in the early season, the Cubs, after a couple of 10-game winning streaks, then went on a 10-game losing streak, and you're wondering whether or not they're going to be buyers or sellers at the deadline, and here they are still trying to chase down the Brewers, firmly in first place in the wild card, looking like a World Series contender, and Pete Crow Armstrong is their best player. So oh, you take PCA off the Cubs, they're not even a playoff team. Well, that's probably true. So right now, if the season ended today, and it doesn't, so this is in some ways a moot point, but again, if the season ended today, I, Pat Boyle, would proclaim Pete Crow Armstrong as the National League MVP. I think the fact that Ohtani has not pitched in 6 weeks, the fact that their offensive numbers are basically identical, and now PCA's got 2 more home runs, got more RBIs, the Gold Glove caliber defense, the stolen bases, that gives him the slight edge. The way that the Cubs are playing, I mean, them and the Dodgers are 2 wins better. For me, it doesn't matter if one team wins the division or who's the number 1 seed. I think it's just who's got more wins. And if it's separate, if the Dodgers win 94 games and the Cubs win 93, I mean, we're splitting hairs. That's the point. We're going to be splitting hairs at the end of the season when this comes down to the final day. So right now, at this very second, Tuesday, August 18th, Pete Crow Armstrong would get my vote if I had one for NL MVP. But in the final 35 games, I think Shohei Ohtani is going to return to the mound, where he has been lights out, nearly untouchable all season long. I think he's going to remain untouchable on the mound. I think he is going to spark the Dodgers to rounding into form towards the end of the season. I do think the Dodgers, in their final 36 games, probably win 22 of them. They finish with over 95 wins. I still think they have every chance to be the number 1 seed in the National League and have the best record in baseball at the end of the regular season. And it'll be because of Shohei Ohtani's continued excellence at the dish and his dominance on the mound if and when he returns. And that is why I still think Shohei Ohtani will win the NL MVP. But that could change if he doesn't return to the mound, if he has a setback, if he experiences some of that inflammation in that left knee again, which is the reason why he hasn't pitched since July 3rd. So that's possible. And again, I think, me and Brad debated to start the show. What do the numbers have to look like on the mound? If they continue to rake and put up nearly identical offensive numbers, PCA's got the 2 big boosts, the Gold Glove caliber defense in center field, and the 30-plus stolen bases. Ohtani's got the pitching. And at this point, I don't want to hear about, take PCA out and the Cubs are not a playoff team. The Dodgers are still... No, nonsense. The Dodgers are below 500 for 2 months now. You take Ohtani off this team, they're basically in the same boat the Cubs would be without PCA. I think that argument is neutralized now. If you're rooting for PCA to win the MVP, you honestly want the Dodgers to start winning and start winning now. You want Freddie Freeman to start hitting? You want Mookie Betts to start hitting? I know that could cost the Cubs a potential number 1 seed. And they'd have to catch the Brewers first, but it would cost the Cubs home field advantage throughout October, which I'm sure Cubs fans, hopefully, care more about anyway. But if you want Pete Crow Armstrong to win the MVP, you're rooting for the Dodgers, for everybody else on the Dodgers outside of Ohtani, to start playing like the 2-time reigning World Series champions. Because then at least you could have that argument back on your side. Oh, well, look, even without Ohtani, the Dodgers now, they're the new evil umpire again. Look at all these guys, hitting their stride, hitting their form. If the Dodgers outside of Ohtani continue to struggle and Ohtani continues to put up his numbers, that only strengthens his case. That only strengthens his case. But we debated, what do the numbers on the mound have to look like? And I'll make this clear again. If Ohtani does not return to the mound at all the rest of this regular season, Pete Crow Armstrong is going to have every opportunity to win the MVP. And again, I'm making a big assumption that these guys continue to put up similar offensive numbers to one another. But if Ohtani does return to the mound, I think you've got to see probably 4 to 5 starts. You've probably got to see at least 20 innings pitched. which would bring his season total up over 105 innings. And I think you've got to see that ERA remain under 2, if not where it's at right now, which is under 1.8. He's got to be dominant. And if he does that, he's winning the MVP. And I think it's over. Because I think, it might not matter what you or me or anybody else thinks, Cubs fan, Dodgers fan, baseball fan, neutral fan, no horse in the race. What matters is the baseball writers of America. And although I sometimes hate them with my guts when it comes to their Hall of Fame biases and who should be in and who should not be in and all holier than thou, I am the gatekeeper of the Baseball Hall of Fame. Bunch of nerds. But they do determine who wins the MVP. And I think it's pretty obvious that they side with me and a lot of other people in realizing that what Shohei Ohtani has been doing for most of his career and what he had been doing this year for the Dodgers, we haven't seen since Babe Ruth. And we have almost never seen in this sport. And that is not only hitting at a Hall of Fame MVP candidate level, but also pitching at a Hall of Fame Cy Young caliber level. That's more valuable than anything Pete Cole Armstrong could do. I'm sorry. But that's assuming Ohtani gets back on the mound and dominates in September. And not only pitching 2-3 innings, or he's giving up crooked numbers and that ERA inflates to 2.3, 2.5, 2.6, 3. Because then coming back to the mound isn't that big of a boost. 310-840-4910. So we'll get to your calls here in just a second, but I want to bring to your attention, just to turn it back to the battle for Chicago and the North Siders versus the South Siders. You know, if you don't understand how good of a rivalry that is, and by the way, that game is pretty damn good. So the Cubs left the bases loaded in the second inning, and since then, Munetaka Murakami hit a solo home run to tie the game, and then you had an RBI double to give the White Sox the lead from Tristan Peters. So the White Sox now lead the Cubs 3-2 in the top of the fourth. But in case you can't understand just what this rivalry means, especially for two teams that have not been good at the same time for a long time now, or it's happened very rarely. The White Sox and Cubs have not both been good at the same time since 2021. That was the last time the White Sox made the playoffs, when they were 93-69. And then before that, the COVID year, they made the playoffs. But I forget how many times the Cubs even played the White Sox. There was no fans in the stands. It doesn't even matter. The last time the White Sox made the playoffs before that was 2008. Now, they had some seasons where they were in it, but these two teams are almost certainly going to the playoffs. White Sox would have to collapse the AL Central lead. My point is, it's not often in the last 15 to 20 years that these two teams have been playoff teams at the same time. And White Sox fans and Cubs fans normally don't like each other, and there's a bunch of geopolitical, references and debates. It would just get political. I don't want to get into the north side versus the south side of Chicago, and I'm not from Chicago, so I only understand it on a surface level. I'm sure the people that live there could go on for days and days and days. But those two fan bases aren't particularly fond of one another. And last night, you had a viral brawl in the stands, in the bleachers, with some White Sox fans and Cubs fans throwing haymakers, throwing fisticuffs. And this one guy that's a Cubs fan, he's a bigger guy, and look, he had the higher ground. He gets pulled down, and he ends up just getting a storm of fists raining down upon him by this one White Sox fan. It was ugly. It was brutal. He's bleeding from the face. And it just goes as a reminder to show us how barbaric we can become when it comes to sports, how childish, how dumb-ass jackasses we can become when it comes to sports. Going to a sporting event and fighting. I mean, grow up. Grow up. I mean, seriously. But am I like, most of the rest of us Americans that probably sat there and watched that video and just went, holy bleep. Oh my God. And I couldn't stop. It was like a car crash. You couldn't stop watching it. I'm shaking my head, and at the same time, I'm like glued to the screen watching this fight in the stands between Cubs and White Sox fans. So I don't want to glorify that in any way because it is so stupid and barbaric and like setting us back, to our previous generations. Just people that just go get liquored up, have no idea how to act responsibly when you have a couple of beers in you. And because my team is from this part of the town and your team's from that part of the town, so I hate you. We really are a bunch of children. Like some of the ugliest part of sports is fighting at a sporting event. Please set a better example. But again, I'm not going to glorify it. But man, that just goes to show you what this rivalry is like. And right now, this late in the season, these two teams, White Sox top of the AL Central, the Cubs trying to chase down the Brewers for the NL Central. They're a playoff team. There is a reality where these two teams play in the World Series. I don't think it's going to happen. There is, out of the very alternate realities that exist in this universe, there is one, if not a couple, where the White Sox and Cubs are playing each other in the World Series. And if last night's game was any indication, and the game that's going on tonight isn't any indication, it's good stuff. It's good stuff. At least for the city of Chicago, it continues to spark excitement behind both of these clubs. And Pete Crow Armstrong was the king of that game last night, pushing himself ahead of Ohtani slightly in the NL MVP race. And then they'll all unite around the Chicago Bears and watch Caleb Williams and Ben Johnson take a big step back this year. 310-840-4910. We'll get to your phone calls when we come back on the NL MVP race. We'll also talk some football. Roger Goodell had some very eye-opening comments. We'll get to those as well when we return. Your phone calls, 310-840-4910. You can also hit me up on Twitter, @PatBoyle44. This is BetMGM Tonight. I'm Pat Boyle. You're locked into Westwood One Sports.
The Tennessee Titans, I think, are just going 5-12. I don't see the variance there. And if you wanted to build an upside case for Tennessee, and there are people that are making this case, and I respect some of them, and look, they can be right, I can be wrong, I'm wrong a lot. I don't think I'm going to be wrong on this one. The case revolves entirely around Cam Ward taking the next step, a sophomore leap after a disappointing rookie year that, to be fair to him, you can pin a lot of it on Brian Callahan and the disastrous, coaching situation. Here's Mike McCoy, just absolutely brutal stuff. Not necessarily put in a position to succeed with a bunch of unproven pass catchers and a substandard offensive line. I get it. I get it. If you wanted to give Cam Ward an excuse for what happened last year. One preseason game is one preseason game. And I am not trying to overreact. And I mean that. I'm not trying to overreact to one preseason game. But we can be honest. Whether you are a Cam Ward fan or not, a Titans fan or not, my guess is when you sat down to either watch the Titans preseason game against the 49ers, or if you watched highlights, or if you looked at the box score, however you consumed that game, my sense is you expected to see better from Cam Ward than 5 of 12 for 57 yards. And even if we want to just go past the statistics and just look at the eye test, I don't know if this guy's got it. Cam Ward, to me, feels more, if we're going to talk number 1 overall picks in the draft, he feels to me more like Bryce Young than Caleb Williams. More like Sam Bradford than Matthew Stafford. More like Alex Smith than Eli Manning. I don't see it with Cam Ward. I don't. Tyquan Thornton carted out of practice with the Kansas City Chiefs. Now, we don't know if that means that he's seriously injured. Maybe it's nothing. I don't know. Carted off makes it sound like it could be potentially significant. So let's just talk about Kansas City's receiving core for a moment. It's not that Tyquan Thornton is Tyreek Hill. Like, he's not. He is a pure deep threat. That's pretty much all he does. But that's a pretty important role, especially in this offense. And consider the Chiefs brought him back this offseason. They brought him back. Like, they clearly liked him. And he averaged over 20 yards of reception last year from Patrick Mahomes. So what this does now to the Kansas City Chiefs receiving core, and perhaps you want to say, and I may say this also, Mahomes is back. He's going to be so good, it's not going to matter. But we need to cover all sides here on the show. We need to, discuss every potential outcome because we're huge sports fans, and we need to consider everything. Let's just say, and I don't know that he's going to be out for, he carted off, it doesn't sound good, right? If you take Tyquan Thornton out of the equation, obviously you have Travis Kelce, who is not just long in the tooth. That's the longest effing tooth in the history of teeth. You have Xavier Worthy, who has been, I don't want to say he's a bust, but he has not been great. And the Chiefs privately are blaming, Travis Kelce running into him on the third play of last season and screwing up his shoulder. I don't think he's very good. Maybe I'm wrong. We'll find out. There's Rashee Rice, who dealt with a knee injury and went to jail this offseason. From there, we have last year's mid-round pick, Jalen Royals, and this year's training camp darling, Cyrus Allen. Okay. It's a little thin, isn't it?
BetMGM Tonight, After Dark, with Pat Boyle, is back.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show. Couldn't try me in the tri-state. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Also hit me up on Twitter at PatBoyle44. We've got an update on the NL MVP race. It literally said going to break. Will Ohtani home run? Hit a homer? Will PCA hit a homer? Well, wouldn't you know it? Shohei Ohtani, 2-run bomb to right center field in Coors Field, 448 feet. Puts the Dodgers up 3-1. So for the second straight night, PCA and Ohtani both go deep. Man. Wonder what that was with our friends at BetMGM. We were talking about that in the break. Now the real question is, do they both go deep twice again? Because it's only the top of the third in that Dodgers-Rockies game. Meanwhile, in Wrigleyville, Cubbies trailing the White Sox 3-2 in the bottom of the fourth. So PCA's got at least, and he's on deck, he's got probably 3 more at-bats still. Imagine that. Back-to-back nights, these guys go deep twice. Don't count it out. Don't count it out. But who do you think should be the National League MVP? That's been the topic of the show with good reason, because this is one of the best MVP races I've seen in my entire life. And last year was pretty freaking good between Aaron Judge and Cal Raleigh. Big dumper. All the Mariners fans and all, but Cal Raleigh's a catcher. When he hits, he's a switch hitter. That's way harder to do than what Aaron Judge does. Yeah, how'd that work out? Not only did Judge rightfully win the MVP, Cal Raleigh's the worst player in baseball now this season. Where's all the big dumper for MVP people now, huh? Guy can't even hit his own weight. Guy can't even hit his one leg's weight. I mean, he's having a brutal season. He's hitting 158. 158 with 13 home runs. Aaron Judge, I saw a stat today, and I thought I was maybe getting centelled. I thought maybe I was getting centelled. It's not. It's true. Cal Raleigh's got 52 hits this season. 52 hits. Aaron Judge hasn't played since May, and he's got 53 hits. But anyway, this NL MVP race is one of the best I've ever seen. So let's get to your phone calls here, 310-840-4910. What do you think, PCA or Shohei? Let's get to our guy Ross in New Jersey, who's next up on BetMGM tonight. Ross, what's up, brother?
Patty B, what's up, man?
Living large, my man. How are you?
What's up? I'm doing all right, man. Don't look now really quick. I checked on via BetMGM tonight. You can get the New York Mets to slip in and make the NL postseason at plus 250 to 1 right now.
so 250 to 1. So that's basically what? That's plus 2,500 if I'm not, or plus 25,000 if I'm not mistaken.
I saw multiple zeros. That's all I know.
Yeah, you're better off, Ross, taking a couple of dollars and putting them between your cheeks.
You know what, man? This is, and look, it's obviously, tongue in cheek. It's too late. Barring, I think the actual math I saw DeComo say would be like 27-9. I'm not going to sit here and play they're going to pull a Cleveland last year or St. Louis at 21. It's not happening. It's too late. But it almost makes it sting more that this is what this season was supposed to be. We finally got a 340 hitting Bo Bichette. Polanco, don't look now, has hits in 4 of his last 5 games. This is supposed to be this team. And it's kind of unfortunate that you can even go back to last year at Juan Soto, and that's his months of June and September were so nuts that it wound up looking like a regular Juan Soto year. But even his first couple months as a Met were a horror show. It's like every significant name that throws out a Met jersey has to go through like a 5-month lapse where you're already second-guessing if you want to keep him long-term. There was the talks of Bo Bichette was going to opt out, which I thought was asinine. And now we're finally seeing the Bo Bichette that we signed for $40+ million, albeit still at overpaid, but you accept it when you get that quality of a hitter, and it's too little too late.
All you got to do, all you got to do is start the Major League Baseball season in July and end it in January, and I think the Mets would have a real great shot of winning the World Series.
Well, the funniest thing is last year, I think they shattered records in terms of their best start ever in franchise history, and then you had maybe one of the biggest collapses in baseball history. So, you know what? Maybe there is something to that. At 24, they started like crap. You actually had Candelita, Mr. OMG, throw out the first pitch before his last 2 teams took the field tonight at City. And when you started off phenomenal in 25 and it came crashing down, maybe that's the recipe to success with the Mets. Maybe there is something to them going undefeated over the next 30 games. But, Pat, I'm going to highly doubt and say it's not happening, bro.
Yeah. By the way, Ross, so who do you got winning the NL MVP either right now, or who do you think will actually win the award when the season ends? PCA or Shohei? Who's got your vote?
I got voter fatigue with Ohtani, man, and I'm not even the biggest PCA fan, largely in part to being a Met fan, but I got so much voter fatigue with Ohtani winning it every single year. And I'm not even the biggest war guy in the world, but when I see like the war comparisons, he's like two war decibels over the rest of the league. It's not going to happen, but just for a very honorable mention, Jacob Mizorowski's having a Kershaw MVP light season, but I know it's not even worth the time. But just to shout him out, if I had a vote, I would go with PCA.
Okay, all right, Ross. And by the way, you sick, dude? You sound very nasally.
No, I just came running down the stairs. You're a good friend, Boomer Esiason. You ever hear the term NARP? That's who you got with Ross in New Jersey.
Ran down the stairs to get on BetMGM tonight, and you sound like you've got the sniffles. Ross, well, I appreciate the dedication, brother. Looking forward to catching up with you, man, and joining you on your podcast tomorrow. So thanks so much for, as always, dude. 310-840. You got it, brother. 310-840-4910. Let's move on. Let's get to another caller here. Matt is next up in Baltimore here on BetMGM tonight. What's going on, Matt?
I wanted to weigh in about the NL MVP race.
Sure, go ahead.
I think PCA all the way. Ohtani's got the stuff. He's got offense. He's hitting well. He's doing good. PCA matching him pretty good, but I think Ohtani's better in that aspect. But you go to defensive, Otani's a good pitcher, but he ain't going to be pitching till way later. He got injured. He's not pitching now. He's not going to be pitching for some time. PCA is an all-star offense, defense. He's good at everything. I think PCA is going.
Yeah, but here's the thing, Matt. Like, Otani's already made 14 starts. I know it's not a full season. It's half of a season's worth of starts, and he's got a 1.79 ERA. He was in the conversation to win the Cy Young Award before, he made his last start on the 4th of July. So you think he's not coming back till later. There's only 35 games left in the season, but he's throwing bullpens, and the reporting is he might be throwing live batting practice. Like, I don't think it's crazy to assume that by September 1st, Otani's back on the mound, which would give him about 4, 5, maybe even 6 starts. And if he's dominant for another 5, 6 starts, and that gets him to 20 starts on the year, you don't think pitching at a Cy Young caliber level puts him over the top to win the MVP?
Not really with PCA's everyday defense and everything. Also, as long as Jacob Mizorowski's in this league, I don't think Otani's winning no Cy Young Award.
Well, maybe not, and definitely not this year. Hey, Matt, appreciate the call, by the way. He's definitely not winning the Cy Young this year. But, yeah, look, I'm a big Jacob Mizorowski fan. I thought he was going to be absolutely lights out this year. I didn't think he was going to be this good where he has run away with the award. Let's not forget a guy that's named Paul Skeens. That a year ago, I'm sure a lot of people were saying, oh, well, forget the Cy Young Award. It's Paul Skeens' for the next several years. And look at what happened this year to Paul Skeens. So, look, I don't know how many more full seasons on the mound we get from Shohei Ohtani. That's something I've said weeks ago, months ago, when he first started to miss some starts, when they would scratch a start from him or wouldn't put him in the lineup when he was on the mound in like May and June. And then he started to miss a start. And then July 3rd came and he hasn't made a start since then. I think Shohei Ohtani's days as a two-way player are numbered. I don't know how many more years we're going to see him be a starting pitcher, but I think he wants that Cy Young Award. And if the knee inflammation didn't bark at him this season, I think he would have had every chance to battle Mizorowski down to the end. Wouldn't have the same strikeout numbers as the Miz is putting up, but the ERA was just as good. So, I hope Mizorowski stays healthy and never goes under the knife and never gets an injury. But, let's look at the state of baseball that we live in nowadays, where it feels like, I don't know, 1/4, 1/3 of all pitchers, starter, reliever, doesn't matter, at some point are getting some kind of, surgery, Tommy John, or these surgeries to remove loose bodies or bone chips in the elbow that cost them months, if not an entire season. So, yeah, Mizorowski's almost certainly going to win the Cy Young this year. But that doesn't mean he's going to win it next year. 310-840-4910 is the number to join the show. When we come back, we'll get more of your calls, more of your texts. You can also tweet me at PatBoyle44 regarding the National League MVP. But also, I mentioned it last segment. We'll get to it next. Roger Goodell, some very eye-opening comments. You're going to want to hear about it as it regards to the future of the NFL. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight right here on Westwood One Sports.
Unlikely, in my estimation, that New Orleans defense will be good enough this year to carry this team to a division title, a playoff berth, if the offense is not very good. And I think most people would agree with that. So if you liked the Saints this year, and there are a lot of smart people that like New Orleans, the case is they're going to score 1 billion points. And the offense is going to be really fun. And it's going to be up-tempo. And Chris Olave and Jordan Tyson could emerge as soon as this year as, probably not better than like CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens, probably not better than Jamar Chase and T. Higgins, Puka Nacua, Devontae Adams, one of the best 1-2 punches at wide receiver in the entire National Football League. Now I think about the epic scene in Godfather 2 when Frank Pentagelli gets up there and the prosecution thinks they've got Michael Corleone, Al Pacino nailed, right? They think they've got him. And Frank is going to testify against Michael Corleone. And then they bring his brother to the proceedings to kind of show him, hey, buddy, you better not say anything here. Omerta, silence. And he flips. And he goes, oh, I don't know nothing about any of this. My parents were in the olive oil business with his family. And the case completely falls apart. This is Godfather 2. Basically, for anyone that liked the New Orleans Saints this year, if this injury lingers. And I really hope that it doesn't. Because this was going to be so exciting this year with Tyson and Olave. My sincere hope is that this is a 2-month injury max. Maybe he's able to get back on the field sooner, but if you're the Saints, you can't rush this. You screw this up with the hamstring and he re-aggravates this like he's done for the year, or most of the year at best. And then you're really sunk. You can't have it. So hopefully this is just a 2-month injury and Tyson's able to come back and we get, for more than half the season, the vision of what this New Orleans Saints offense could be.
I'm a Broncos guy, to be honest. I think that I think they're the best roster on paper. I know I do have a Demaryius Thomas jersey behind me, but no homerism here.
The late great.
I do think that, yeah, exactly. I think they're an awesome roster. I also played a little bit of Bo Nix MVP at 35-1. Just fits a lot of historical criteria with a good team, going to win a lot of games. Quarterback who obviously just got Jalen Waddle, pushes Courtland Sutton to be a number 2, kind of a possession number 2. And then Pat Bryant has been the talk of camp. Their new, running back Jonah Coleman, I think, could play a role. J.K. Dobbins is kind of the big back, and then you have R.J. Harvey to be kind of an explosive option there out of the backfield as well. I don't know if Bo Nix is any good, but I think at 35-1, a team that I think could easily win the division, win 12+ games, puts him squarely in play.
BetMGM tonight, After Dark, with Pat Boyle, is back.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. Update on the NL MVP race. Pete Crow Armstrong is going to be leading off the bottom of the 5th. Went deep to start the game for the second straight night. White Sox lead the Cubs 3-2 in the bottom of the 5th. And in Coors Field, or at Coors Field in Colorado, The Rockies have tied the game up at 3 as we go to the top of the 4th. Shohei Ohtani, again, hit another blast, number 30 on the season in the 3rd inning. So we're going to the top of the 4th, and Ohtani is due up 5th in this inning. So still plenty of at-bats tonight for both of those gentlemen, and we'll keep you updated on both of those games as we continue. Programming note, we got Hot or Cold coming at the top of the hour with Zach Kroll, who's filling in for Brandon Combs, so that'll be fun. I want to talk some football, and I want to talk Roger Goodell, who made some alarming comments. Well, I don't know if you'd say they were alarming as much as they are eye-opening. I guess it's alarming if you're an opponent of expansion. To quote Heath Ledger, Dark Knight, that means we have room for aggressive expansion. And Roger Goodell said on an interview with a German media outlet, RTL/NTV, quote, at some point there will be NFL teams outside the USA, end quote. Not just a team, teams. He told that to former NFL player Marcus Kuhn during the interview, and he said, quote, I have no doubt that this will happen one day, end quote. So I'll ask you right off the bat here. Do you want NFL expansion? And when do you think it's coming? Because I got to be honest. I kind of hate the direction that we are trending in terms of there being more and more international games every single year in the NFL. Don't get me wrong. A London game at 9 o'clock in the morning to kick off your day? 14 straight hours of football? Okay, sure. I'll take it. Every week? Every single week? And now, not only just London, now Rio every year, where you're taking a home game away from the Ravens and the Cowboys. Melbourne, Australia, all the way across the planet, where it's 8 o'clock at night for us and 10 o'clock in the morning the next day for the Rams and the Niners. Playing in Paris, playing in Frankfurt, playing in Madrid. It's too much. And you already know what's coming soon. I'd be shocked if we don't see it. A game in Riyadh. A game in Saudi Arabia. Take our money. Take our money. Saudi Arabia will say. Live golf ain't working out. Let's see what other sports we can, whatever. But it's too much. And now they don't even allow teams to protect which home games they want to protect on the home schedule. You used to be able to protect which games wouldn't be chosen for international play. That's no longer the case. We got more and more international games every year. Like what? Again, what's next? Saudi Arabia? What's next? We're going to play a game in Tokyo? We're going to play a game in Zimbabwe? Well, let's see how many markets we can tap into. I think at some point, you're taking away home games, you're taking away fandom, you're taking away opportunities for the folks here in those cities and in these states to enjoy Sundays, which become so special for us around the country as football fans and as sports fans. And I think at some point, it's not less is more, I think, at some point. And yeah, honestly, I'm going to be pissed off if going forward almost every single Sunday throughout the year, it's, don't get me wrong, I love watching football, and I love watching 10 straight hours of it from 1 o'clock Eastern to 11 o'clock Eastern. And I do it for the show, and I do it for a job. I watch football games to be better at my show, to be better as a sports talk radio host. It's a pretty damn good job to have. Don't get me wrong, I wouldn't trade it for anything in the world. But if we're looking at future expansion, where you really can't just have one team, and it would probably be in London, right? That's where we're going to start. You can't really have one team in Europe, teams traveling to them, traveling across country, traveling across the world, across the Atlantic Ocean every single week. You probably have two, and it would probably come at the same time because you also want there to be an even number of teams. You don't want to go to 33. You want to make it nice and even. Go to 34. And then you're talking about a world where even before expansion might happen, we're going to get to an international game every single week. I'm telling you, we're headed there. Wake up at 9 a.m. And for those of you on the West Coast, 6 o'clock in the morning every Sunday. Otherwise, you're going to miss an NFL game. You might miss your team play. It's exhausting. It's exhausting. So at this point, I'd rather there be fewer international games and just give us permanent expansion. Just give us 2 teams. And get it on the table for 2030. And that way, those are the international games. It's the games that are played by those teams in those cities where there are NFL franchises. And London is absolutely 1,000% going to be one of them, whether it's a brand new NFL team or if they relocate the Jaguars to London. But I don't think that's going to happen because, again, I think you want to keep it even. I think you want to go to 34 teams. And so I think the Jaguars will stay in Jacksonville, at least for the, immediate future. And I think we'll get a brand new team in London and then pick any other giant metropolis in Europe. Berlin, Frankfurt, Madrid, Barcelona, Paris. It's probably one of those 5 cities. 2 of the big cities in Germany, 2 of the big cities in Spain, Paris. That's probably where you're getting the other team. I can't imagine it would be anywhere else. Maybe Rome, right? I mean, we haven't played a game in Italy. That's coming. So, at the sake of having games in all these different countries and all these different weird and wonky times and forcing these players to travel and taking away home games from teams, just give us 2 additional NFL franchises and let them have their own permanent fan base in those cities in Europe. Take the game to Europe. Take the game even more global. Do it on a permanent basis. Give us 2 more NFL franchises and make those the only, or not the only, but make those the international games that get played. And not gallivanting all over the world in these different countries and trying to tap into as many markets. Like, people know about the NFL at this point. They're going to watch regardless. Honestly, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I don't know marketing. Maybe I don't know economics. I don't think you have to bring an NFL game to Melbourne, Australia for Australians to watch the NFL. I think the league is the most popular money-making machine that exists in pro sports right now. I think people are going to watch no matter where they're at, if they can. And even for certain countries where it's like 3 o'clock in the morning for a 1 o'clock Eastern kickoff game or 6 o'clock in the morning for a 4:25 Eastern kickoff, they're going to watch. I don't think you have to bring... I don't know. Maybe I'm on my high horse. But I'd rather Roger Goodell talking about, no doubt there will be NFL teams outside the USA. I think there's going to be 2. I think one's going to be London. I think the other's going to be a major city in Europe. And I'd honestly rather that happen sooner rather than later. 310-840-4910. How do you feel, though? Do you want NFL expansion? When do you think it's coming? And in what cities? We'll talk about that. We'll get your calls when we return, but we'll kick off the final hour with some hot or cold. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Yeah, let's go with the player opinion here. I think Matthew Golden, 750 plus yards at plus 210, and then 1,000 plus yards at plus 400 is really interesting. All the early reports that he's going to be playing in 12 personnel for the Green Bay Packers. Came on strong last year at the end of the year. Now you have no Romeo Dobbs. You have no Dontavian Wick. So he's going to play a ton. Obviously, former first-round pick. Is he any good? I don't know, but I'm willing to get 2-1 to find out if he's even okay to get 750 yards. That's nothing for a guy playing full-time in offense. Now, I think Jaden Reed and I think Christian Watson, when healthy, will probably also be somewhat productive too. But again, there's enough left there with 135 plus targets being left behind from last year for, I think, Golden to slot in here nicely and have a good season. So I like some of his alts here. And that's kind of just my overarching strategy with these season-long player props is I bet a ton of unders. And then when I like a player, I don't just take the minus 110, which Golden's around like 620 yards season long. I like taking the plus money here because the research shows if they go over, it's 25+% median and 35% on average.
One p.m. kick on Sunday, Tampa Bay at the Cincinnati Bengals. Total right now sitting at 51.5. That's too high. This the kind of perfect storm here of these. Everybody, a 51 point total is high. Okay, and it really is like, oh, we got two good offenses and two bad defenses, and like that's kind of the general like whiffs that I think a lot of people get from Cincinnati and Tampa, but I am like exactly opposite. I think both of these offenses are a hair overrated. Certainly Tampa Bay's offense is overrated. There's a world where there's no Egbuka out there week one, and then okay, like we might actually kind of get some potential false signal where people over adjust on the Cincinnati Bengals defense, but the Bengals defense to me looks quite strong.
Opinions all the time. Is it hot or is it cold? You decide right now on BetMGM Tonight After Dark.
Hey-o! Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Final hour of this Tuesday night show kicks off right now. Don't forget, you can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, and you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Open phone lines in the final hour of the show. You want to call, you want to text, 310-840-4910. Again, that's 310-840-4910. You can also hit me up on Twitter at PatBoyle44. The topic of the night, what we led the show with, what we've talked about multiple times, and what we've given big updates on because they've both homered again tonight. Who's the National League MVP? Is it Shohei Ohtani or is it Pete Crow Armstrong? That and anything else we've discussed, our deep dive, our preview on the AFC North. I've said it. I'm this close to making it an official prediction. I think the Bengals win the AFC North. I think I think he'll be a finalist for the MVP. I think he has an incredible season. I think Cincinnati goes back atop the throne of the AFC North. We got some more football news and notes, though, to get to in just a bit, but we start the final hour with hot or cold. And feel free to jump in on any of these. Again, on the phones, you can call, you can text 310-840-4910. Producer Zach Kroll filling in for Brandon Combs again tonight. Zach did a great job of hot or cold yesterday. What do you got tonight, brother? What's up, Zach?
Yeah, what's going on? And I just got to tell you, I'm fascinated by this NFL international conversation because I think you made some really good points. And I think even to start off hot or cold, we could get even more in detail about this. So you started off last segment and through the segment talking about how you felt about these international games when it comes to, the number of games per season increasing as time goes on. But I wanted to take this down another angle, and that's the fact is, the NFL has been at 32 teams for over 2 decades now. We haven't had expansion in a really long time. And in all sports, it's inevitable. We know it's coming eventually one day. And Roger Goodell did hint that eventually he does think a team will be in Europe. So I'm going to start off hot or cold by asking you, is the NFL going to have a team full-time internationally in the next decade? And if they do, how would you feel about that?
Yeah, hot. I mean, just to build off of what I was speaking about last segment, yes, absolutely. Probably by 2030, right? It's 2026. So 2026, 7, 8, 9, in the next 5 years, in the next 5 seasons, we'll have a full-time team in Europe, not only in Europe, I think it's like with it's a certainty, it's going to London, right? I mean, we've been playing games there for over a decade, maybe even longer than that. How long has NFL been playing games in London? Let's see. 19 years. Wow, it's been that long. They hosted the preseason exhibition games at Wembley between 86 and 91. But yeah, the first regular season game was Giants-Dolphins, October 2007. Wow. I thought maybe I was like, all right, maybe a decade. Maybe it's been like 13, 14 years. 19 years. They're playing almost 20 years in London. And now multiple games over the last couple of seasons, 3, 4. I think there was 5 games last year in London, right? It felt like every weekend. There is going to be an NFL London franchise, I think, by 2030. But Zach, I think it'll be 2 NFL franchises in Europe because of what Roger Goodell said. There will be teams outside the U.S. I don't think the NFL would expand just one, just like the NBA, right? The NBA is going to Seattle and Las Vegas. I think the NFL would say, well, we don't want 33 teams. That makes the one division or the conferences uneven. They want to go 34. Probably have. I don't know how you would if there would be division realignment. That's a whole nother conversation. Or if you just have 2 divisions, have 5 teams, one in the AFC, one in the NFC. But I think you would want to get an even 34 once you do expand. So yeah, I think not only one, I think there will be 2 teams in Europe in the next decade. Sooner than that, in the next 5 years, and I'm for it. But I just, I want those permanent cities with their own permanent fan bases. I don't want current 32 NFL teams having home games taken away and just playing 7 different countries and 4 different continents this year, just for the sake of, hey, let's just keep expanding. Let's see how many different countries and markets we can tap into. Settle on 2 locations and have those be the only international games that get played throughout a season.
That is interesting because I actually heard one theory I do really like, and I'm curious what you think about this. How would you feel about every season there being an international week where maybe we have each game on the schedule taking place in an international city, and maybe you can mess around with the times. Like maybe we don't have your standard 1 o'clock Eastern games, 4 p.m. Eastern time games. Maybe have, a couple games kick off at 1, maybe a couple at 4, based on where the city is. And instead of just having one every week, you just get them all out of the way one week instead of just spreading them out. What do you think about that?
Oof. That would be a massive undertaking. You'd probably do it in a week where there's, like the heaviest bye week. Screw it. Let's get real creative here, right? Let's say all 32 teams, you have 16 games, all in international cities. You have to find 16 different stadiums that can host an NFL game, right? And I mean, as of now, we know that Wembley can do it. We know that the Bernabeu in Madrid can do it. We know Frankfurt, Munich can do it. Madrid, we already said Madrid.
The Tottenham Stadium?
Paris. What stadium?
The new Tottenham Stadium in England too, right?
Yeah, Tottenham Hotspur. Yeah, I mean, look, we know that there are plenty of capable stadiums across Europe for sure. I mean, just look at because of soccer. But that is during soccer season for all the major leagues across Europe. So it's one thing to coordinate, like Wembley, where I believe now they do play games at Wembley and at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium right now. Wembley is like there is no club team in Europe that plays in Wembley. That's why it's usually pretty easy to play there. Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, obviously you got to make sure that Tottenham, the Spurs, are on the road. If you're doing it in 14 other stadiums, you've got to coordinate with what is likely a soccer stadium for that team, make sure that they're not home, or coordinating out with the top leagues in Europe, the league in the La Liga in Spain, make sure Real Madrid is on the road, PSG or wherever they're going to play the game in Paris, Frankfurt, make sure the team that plays there in the Bundesliga in Germany. There is so much oversight. I guess if you can get all those things operationally and organizationally to fit into place, it's not a crazy idea. I mean, imagine that those 16 NFL games and none of them are being played in the United States. It sounds un-American. It sounds weird. But like you said, if you get all of the international games out in 1 week, get a chance for the rest of the world to take over the NFL for 1 week. And everybody then, you don't have to worry about a team coming off of a rest disadvantage or the travel disadvantage. Everybody's coming back from different parts of the world. Honestly, Zach, I don't hate it. I don't hate it. It sounds crazy and weird and like something you would do in a video game. I don't think it'll ever happen, but I guess I would be for it if it's 1 week throughout the season and that's it.
Yeah, because I'm kind of with you. Like, I love the occasional early kickoff, but if we're doing it for 9 or 10 weeks throughout the regular season, it might be a little much. Oh, before we move on, I do have one more question. Do you have like a favorite international game of the past that stands out to you? Because I was thinking about this question, like, what is the best game in London that I can remember? And instead of having an answer of like, oh, we saw some classic game, I just remember a lot of bad games, including this past year. I don't know if you remember Commanders Dolphins. It was overseas, like early Sunday morning.
Brutal.
I forgot where exactly it was, but it might have been the worst game I watched all season. It was brutal.
Yeah, it was. It was god awful. So was the Jets and the Broncos. The Jets had like negative passing yards. That was like these poor folks in Europe. Like, do they even want the NFL coming? Because every time I feel like we go there, the games are god awful. They're probably like, oh, geez, the NFL again. I'd much rather watch cricket.
We did have one banger.
They probably love it. I mean, I'm looking here now because I didn't remember off the top of my head, but I know Chiefs Dolphins in Frankfurt a couple years ago. Dolphins, the Chiefs, held off a Dolphins comeback to win 21-14. I know I was looking Saints Chargers 2008 in London was 37-32 with a bunch of offense. And I think that this one I actually do remember. This would probably be the one I would pick. The Jaguars upset the Bills 25-20 in London at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. I mean, other than that, and that Chiefs Dolphins games, I can't think of really any off the top of my head that were like, oh yeah, banger, or like completely memorable. But so what about you?
We did get one this past year, actually. That crazy Colts comeback against the Falcons. I believe it was the last game the Colts won all season. Jonathan Taylor went off. That was a good game. But,
you're right.
We haven't gotten money.
That was a massive. That was a game where he ran for like 220 yards, right?
Yeah.
Let me double check here. Colts London game.
And I think that was the last game the Colts won on the season.
Oh, they were in Berlin. That game was in Berlin. Yeah, they beat the Falcons 31-25. And why was this not coming up sooner? Yeah, Jonathan Taylor in that game, 244 yards and 3 touchdowns. Yeah, I forgot about that one. All right, that was a great game. I give you credit for that. That was a pretty damn good game.
I just remember too that Chiefs Dolphins game. That was before Miami really collapsed that season. I believe that was the same season they put up 70 against Denver, and this is the time for the Dolphins to knock off the Chiefs. That was during that time when we were trying to figure out who's going to be the team in the AFC to knock off Kansas City. It clearly wasn't Miami. They met again in the playoffs a couple months later, and we know what happened.
Yep, you're right. You're right. Yeah, that was the year they hung 70 on the Broncos. 3 years ago, the Broncos got 70 points put up on them. And now in the last 2 years combined, they're rewriting the record books for most sacks in the NFL. That's absolutely ridiculously crazy how much parity in the NFL there is and how much the league changes from year to year. The Dolphins then, they collapsed and lost the division on the final week to the Bills, and then they had to go to Kansas City, and there were people. And I guess I can't blame them because I guess I've been on the wrong side of some games that you look back and you're like, why did I ever think this team had a chance? But there were real live people and smart people that thought the Dolphins could win that game in Kansas City when it was like negative 10 degrees. And the Chiefs ended up winning by 19, and Tua was god-awful. So were the Dolphins. And that was it. That was slamming the door shut on anything that the Dolphins with Mike McDaniel were ever going to do. Wow. That was just 3 years ago, man. Crazy. All right, thanks for that trip down memory lane, Zach. What's next on Hot or Cold? Did we lose Zach? It looks like we lost Zach. Look at that. Jumped in a time machine and went back to 2023 to rewatch that Chiefs Dolphins game in Germany. 310-840-4910. See Zach can reconnect to our show here in just a moment. But for the time being, we do have a minute or two to get you caught up on some baseball scores. So how about we go to Wrigleyville? White Sox to lead the Cubs 3-2 in the top of the 7th. Pete Crow Armstrong, his last at bat in the 5th, ripped a line drive right at the first baseman. So home run in the first inning, walk in the second, line out in the 5th for PCA. Cubs still trail 3-2. And then at Coors Field, Dodgers lead the Rockies 6-3. But nothing off the bat of Shohei Ohtani. He grounded into a fielder's choice in the 4th inning. So he's got that 2-run blast back in the 3rd. So both PCA and Ohtani both have a home run. Both are going to get at least one more at bat. And we'll see if we got any more fireworks that are going to be popping off here between the two guys going down to the wire in what is one of the best MVP races I've ever seen. All right, Zach, you're back. I said I think you jumped in a time machine and went back to watch some of the best international games of all time. So now that you've rejoined us, what do you got next for us on Hot or Cold?
Yes, Pat. We haven't spoke much NBA on the show tonight, but there is one story that has really caught my attention that I'd love your thoughts on as a big NBA guy. ESPN came out with an article yesterday, and they brought out really the big hitters, Ramona Shelburne, Baxter Holmes, Don Van Natta. And this article, basically the main point of it was saying that the NBA has found no evidence that Clippers owner Steve Ballmer funneled money through team sponsorships to pay Kawhi Leonard and circumvent the salary cap. And really the other main point coming out of this article is that it's clear that the other owners in the NBA and the Players Association in the NBA, they really don't want some massive penalty coming down on the Clippers. Now, Steve Ballmer, we know this guy is the richest owner, not only in the NBA, but in really all of sports. And I feel like the other owners do like him. They think he's good for the league. Kawhi is part of the Players Association, so that's why they don't want the hammer coming down. But I feel like your casual NBA fan is going to want Adam Silver to drop the hammer on the Clippers, because if they are out here circumventing the salary cap, that is a huge problem that needs to be addressed. So I'm going to ask you, hot or cold, Adam Silver should drop the hammer on the Clippers. And there is one prior piece of precedent we could use here. In 1999 was actually the last time something similar to this happened. The Timberwolves got stripped 5 first-round picks by David Stern for doing something similar with a player named Joe Smith, and that really ruined the future of their franchise. So, what do you want to see Adam Silver do here?
Look, I want the investigation to conclude after they've uncovered every single stone. You know, again, that was, you mentioned Don Van Natta and Ramona Shelburne and everybody, the ESPN reporters saying that the NBA has found no evidence showing the LA Clippers and Steve Ballmer funneled money to Kawhi Leonard, basically saying like, hey, they're going to get off the hook scot-free. Now, here's the thing. I didn't really see this until today, and I think it didn't come out until last night. The NBA has responded, and they have basically said, we don't know what the hell ESPN is talking about. Here's a direct quote from NBA league spokesman Mike Bass. ESPN's article regarding the LA Clippers investigation, for which the NBA declined to cooperate, contains numerous and significant inaccuracies. The results in this matter will be made clear once the investigation is concluded. So the NBA did not specify what part of the ESPN reporting was inaccurate. Just basically saying that like, hey, ESPN's trying to throw out this headline and clear Steve Ballmer and the Clippers of any wrongdoing. We're not done with our investigation. We ain't done just yet. Now, who knows what the hell is going to happen? Who knows how much longer this is going to take? But I found that an interesting wrench that got thrown into the conversation there, Zach, right? Because I thought, for all intents and purposes, that when I did see that headline, that was it. But now I'm like, oh, okay, well, is there going to be punishment handed out? I don't, if there is any, I really don't think it's going to be anything significant, not anything close to the Joe Smith investigation. Like you said, and even then, Detroit, the Pistons, the Minnesota Timberwolves got punished pretty damn severely. I don't think we're going to see anything near that when this is all said and done. And honestly, I don't know. Here's the thing. It's the fact that the co-founder of Aspiration, and I know that there are some other, reported business deals and some ways that maybe the Clippers gave Kawhi Leonard some money, but the whole thing was centered around Aspiration, right? This now fraudulent company. The fact that their co-founder, Joseph Sandberg, was sentenced to 14 years in federal prison back on June 1st, 2 months ago, makes me believe that nothing's going to happen. Because it is a fraudulent company, and the guy's in prison for the next decade and a half. So I think that itself kind of will clear Steve Ballmer and the Clippers and Kawhi Leonard of any wrongdoing. But I thought this was going to be over when I saw that ESPN headline, and then the NBA was like, no. We're done when we say we're done. And so I don't know what the hell to expect now.
I mean, I will just say, if there is evidence that the Clippers were out here messing with the salary cap, like in a salary cap league, that's the one thing you can't really mess with, right? Like the baseball might not have a season next year because of issues with the salary cap. And in these salary cap sports, it's a hard cap for the most part. You have to follow it, right?
You do. And again, when this all came out, I was like, hey, if there's wrongdoing, drop the hammer, and all the details and all the, everything that was the headlines that were brought about when this first came out. I was like I was super sus. I thought it was super sus. Don't get me wrong. But then again, June 1st, the co-founder of Aspiration, Sandberg, gets sentenced to 14 years in federal prison for wire fraud and defrauding investors out of $250 million. And Steve Ballmer was like, see? We thought this guy was a legitimate company. And we didn't funnel money to Kawhi. It felt like, all right, this is going to end in nothing. Like, the Clippers are already gotten punished enough with how bad they're going to be now over the next several years. What more else do you need to punish them for? But, hey, who knows, man? I mean, again, I'll say it again, if it bears repeating, if it's not obvious, if the Clippers circumvented the salary cap, the hammer should be brought down. Take away a first-round draft pick, and or fine Steve Ballmer, suspend him for the entire season, and fine him a couple $1 million. Like, bring the hammer down. But you're gonna have to find the cold hard evidence. And no matter what Pablo Torre says or anybody else, I mean, it's gonna come down to what the NBA finds. And how deep do they want to dig? I'm not sure, Zach.
Yeah, and it's just so interesting too that this is happening with Steve Ballmer, literally the guy who is in charge of Microsoft, and he has money that a lot of these owners even don't have. I do get the sense again that these other owners like him. They think he's good for the league. It's going to be interesting to see what happens.
Yes, it will. And I'm hoping we get a resolution before the season starts because it's only 2 months away. 310-840-4910. Good job, Zach. When we return, how good will the Tampa Bay Buccaneers be this season? Will they shock a lot of people? That's coming straight out of the mouth of Baker Mayfield. I'll tell you what I think when we return. Plus, we've got some NFL news from earlier today, including a new home for a future Hall of Fame receiver. 310-840-4910. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports.
The Tennessee Titans, I think, are just going 5-12. I don't see the variance there. And if you wanted to build an upside case for Tennessee, and there are people that are making this case, and I respect some of them, and look, they can be right, I can be wrong, I'm wrong a lot. I don't think I'm going to be wrong on this one. The case revolves entirely around Cam Ward taking the next step, a sophomore leap after a disappointing rookie year that, to be fair to him, you can pin a lot of it on Brian Callahan and the disastrous, coaching situation. Here's Mike McCoy, just like absolutely brutal stuff. Like not necessarily put in a position to succeed with a bunch of unproven pass catchers and a substandard offensive line. Like, I get it. I get it. If you wanted to give Cam Ward an excuse for what happened last year. One preseason game is one preseason game. And I am not trying to overreact. And I mean that. I'm not trying to overreact to one preseason game. But we can be honest. Whether you are a Cam Ward fan or not, a Titans fan or not, my guess is when you sat down to either watch the Titans preseason game against the 49ers, or if you watched highlights, or if you looked at the box score, however you consumed that game, my sense is you expected to see better from Cam Ward than 5 of 12 for 57 yards. And even if we want to just go past the statistics and just look at the eye test, I don't know if this guy's got it. Cam Ward, to me, feels more, if we're going to talk number one overall picks in the draft, he feels to me more like Bryce Young than Caleb Williams. More like Sam Bradford than Matthew Stafford. More like Alex Smith than Eli Manning. I don't see it with Cam Ward. Like, I don't. Tyquan Thornton carted out of practice with the Kansas City Chiefs. Now, we don't know if that means that he's seriously injured. Maybe it's nothing. I don't know. Carted off makes it sound like it could be potentially significant. So let's just talk about Kansas City's receiving core for a moment. It's not that Tyquan Thornton is Tyreek Hill. Like, he's not. He is a pure deep threat. That's pretty much all he does. But that's a pretty important role, especially in this offense. And consider the Chiefs brought him back this offseason. They brought him back. Like, they clearly liked him. And he averaged over 20 yards a reception last year from Patrick Mahomes. So what this does now to the Kansas City Chiefs receiving core, and perhaps you want to say, and I may say this also, Mahomes is back. He's going to be so good, it's not going to matter. But we need to cover all sides here on the show. We need to, discuss every potential outcome because we're huge sports fans, and we need to consider everything. Let's just say, and I don't know that he's going to be out for, he carded off, it doesn't sound good, right? If you take Tyquan Thornton out of the equation, obviously you have Travis Kelce, who is not just long in the tooth. That's the longest effing tooth in the history of teeth. You have Xavier Worthy, who has been, I don't want to say he's a bust, but he has not been great. And the Chiefs privately are blaming, Travis Kelce running into him on the third play of last season and screwing up his shoulder. I don't think he's very good. Maybe I'm wrong. We'll find out. There's Rashee Rice, who dealt with a knee injury and went to jail this offseason. From there, we have last year's mid-round pick, Jalen Royals, and this year's training camp darling, Cyrus Allen. Okay. It's a little thin, isn't it?
BetMGM Tonight After Dark with Pat Boyle is back.
Welcome on back, BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. Get to your calls here in just a second on NFL expansion. Do you want it? When do you think it's going to happen? How many teams? Is it London and another team? Roger Goodell with some very eye-opening comments today. And basically, it's a matter of time before teams are outside the USA. Not just a team, teams. So we'll get to your phone calls and your texts in just a bit. 310-840-4910. You can also hit me up on Twitter, @PatBoyle44. Quick baseball scoreboard update. That's right. So Pete Crow Armstrong is at the dish right now. Bottom of the 7th. Nobody out. Runners on first and second. And Seiya Suzuki on deck for our guy Brad Evans. As we are trying to go 5 for 5 in Let's Go streaking for the second straight night. I took PCA, homered in the first inning. Our guy Zach Kroll, he took Jake Berger. He's got a knock. Lee took Bo Bichette. He's got 2 knocks. Monty took Bobby Witt. The Royals produced a miraculous comeback in the bottom of the 9th that got Bobby Witt another at-bat, and he made the most of it. A walk-off single to beat the A's. Bobby Witt Jr.'s got a hit. We went 5 for 5 last night. We are now a Seiya Suzuki hit away from going 5 for 5 tonight. But in this ever plot-thickening, spicy electric National League MVP race, first PCA is going to try to do some damage for the second straight night in Wrigleyville, with the Cubs having the tying run in scoring position in the bottom of the 7th. Meanwhile, at Coors Field, Dodgers, Rockies, Shohei Ohtani, he also already homered again earlier tonight. Hasn't done anything since, though. He reached on a fielding error earlier this inning in the 6th. So he's technically 1 for 4 with that home run and 2 RBIs. Dodgers lead the Rockies 7-4. Elsewhere across baseball, just because it blew my mind to see it, I thought, did I miss a preseason football game tonight? The Brewers are beating the Mariners 21-0. I mean, if there was like a death blow of the season for the Seattle Mariners, it's happening right now in Milwaukee. Not only, I mentioned it before, has Big Dumper had the worst season you could have ever imagined in your entire life, where he didn't get the MVP last year, and he's basically the worst player in baseball this year. The Mariners recently endured a 6-game losing streak. multiple losing streaks here in the second half. They were 48-49 at the All-Star break. Here in the second half, they were 11-17, and they're getting blasted by the Brewers 20. It's now 22-0. 22-0. The Brewers have scored 9 runs here in the bottom of the 8th. The Mariners are 59-66. They're going to be 59-67 in about 5 minutes. 22-0. See you later, Seattle. That's the end of your season, if I ever saw one. Yikes. Pete Crow Armstrong, by the way, struck out. MVP race still at a standstill. Both guys homered again tonight, but haven't done anything since. Now we hope that Seiya Suzuki can get a knock for Brad so we can go 5 for 5 and let's go streaking once again. We'll keep you posted. 310-840-4910. Real quick, before we get to your phone calls, some NFL news. Keenan Allen, future Hall of Famer. Without a doubt, Hall of Famer Keenan Allen. He's got himself a new home. Earlier today, or this was late last night, the expected finally came to fruition. Keenan Allen, 1 year, $8.25 million deal with the Indianapolis Colts. And so Keenan Allen goes to Indy for the first time in his career, spent the first decade with the Chargers when they were San Diego, then LA Chargers, went to the Chicago Bears in 2024, put up 744 yards and 7 touchdowns, came back to the Chargers last year, put up 777 yards and 4 touchdowns, and now at 34 years old, he has himself another home. And rightfully so. Keenan Allen, 12,000 yards in his NFL career and 70 touchdowns. He is a 6-time Pro Bowler. He was runner-up Offensive Rookie of the Year in 2013. He's going to be wearing a gold jacket in Canton before long, and now he joins the Indianapolis Colts. Look, this is a move that had to be done. The move that had to be done. This is a Colts team that has just suffered far too many injuries this preseason, or have not gotten the positive injury news I think they were hoping for this preseason to sit around and do nothing. And it's most notably to their number one receiver, Alec Pierce. Remember, they traded Michael Pittman to the Pittsburgh Steelers this offseason. They paid Alec Pierce the big bucks, 4 years, $114 million back in March. He needed offseason surgery on his ankle. And the thought was he was going to be fine for the start of the regular season. He was going to be fine, arguably, for training camp. Well, that never progressed the way that they wanted it to, the Colts. And now the latest news on Alec Pierce is that he will not return during training camp. Head coach Shane Steichen saying on Sunday he did not expect Alec Pierce to return during joint practices leading up to the Colts' second preseason game against the Falcons on Saturday, so he will miss all of training camp. Now, there's still teams break training camp wherever location they have it, and then they return, to prepare for the start of the NFL season. So the end of training camp is essentially the end of this week. Does that mean Alec Pierce could finally get taken off the PUP list a week from now? He could. They're also running out of time. That deadline is not too far away, and if he's not off the PUP list by, when is the deadline for PUP list in the NFL? Let me double check here. The end of the preseason. So cut down day. So in about 2 weeks, if Alec Pierce is not off the PUP list, he goes on IR for the first 4 games of the season. And the fact that they finally signed Keenan Allen makes me think that maybe that's what's coming. Because they've just been pushing this deadline further and further and further back. So in what is a make-or-break season for Daniel Jones, for the Colts, in my opinion, for Shane Steichen, and absolutely for GM Chris Ballard, not getting the positive injury news on Alec Pierce. Josh Downs was also dealing with a groin injury. He got the green light to practice a couple of days ago. We'll see if he plays it all in the preseason. So that, not only that, but the fact that I think this wide receiver room could have added some extra weapons because they traded away Michael Pittman. Now the Colts finally bring in Keenan Allen. So he's going to offer Daniel Jones, who, again, coming off the torn Achilles, has to go out and perform and not going to play this preseason. He gives Daniel Jones a pair of solid, veteran, reliable hands, a Hall of Fame presence, brings some stability to what is becoming a big question mark in terms of the health and durability this season for the Colts receiving room. and can hopefully take some of the attention away from Tyler Warren and take some of the pressure off of Jonathan Taylor, because there are plenty of other weapons on this Colts team. But we know Alec Pierce, he's their number one receiver, but he's a deep ball threat. You need a guy that you can get 5 yards on an out route to. You need steady hands on a quick little dig, on a curl, on a little flat route, on a screen, something. You need somebody to rely on for short yardage situations or throwing the ball just a couple of yards past the sticks. Keenan Allen gives you that. And so this is a solid move by the Colts. I don't know what they were waiting for. They're lucky somebody else didn't scoop up Keenan Allen. I'm surprised he had this little of a desirable market. But either way, the deal is done. Keenan Allen is now an Indianapolis Colt. 310-840-4910. Let's get to the phone lines here. Mike is in Green Bay next up on BetMGM tonight. What's going on, Mike? How you doing, man?
Hey, Pat. Before I get to the NFL and Roger Goodell, this Brewer game is finally over. But I saw something that I've never seen in my life. Bases loaded for the Brewers. Routine fly ball, center field, 1 out. Center fielder catches it, Rodriguez for Seattle. Catches the ball and then throws it into the stands thinking it's 3 outs.
Oh, no. Oh, my God. You want to talk about bad to worse. Jeez, what a nightmare season.
They looked really bad tonight. They had a routine double play. Brewers had bases loaded all night. Routine double play. First baseman dropped the ball. Hits him right in the glove, square in the glove, not in a close play at first, and he dropped it. Run scored. Brewers had bases loaded another inning. Comebacker to the pitcher. Throws it to second. Goes into center field. It was just, wow. It was like a preseason game. Just ridiculous.
My God. So look, Dan Wilson's is he going to get fired at the end of the, I know you're obviously a Brewers fan, but
they looked really bad. The last 2 innings, they threw their Rivas. I don't know who he is, if he's a catcher or whatever, but it was literally like slow pitch softball the last 2 innings. Both teams threw their.
I think the Mariners. I think Dan Wilson's getting fired at the end of the season. The Mariners are going to be looking for a new manager. What a turnaround from last year, 1 win away from the World Series to now. You mentioned all the Little League circus mistakes they've made in this game and the way that they have just crumbled in the second half. Well, hey, good for your Brewers though, because
that's really bad. Yeah, well, and it must have been a strange night because the Brewers had 3 home runs, 3-run home runs. So.
Yikes. Mike, what did you want to say about NFL expansion?
Yeah. So the night before Super Bowl 45, I'm listening to the radio station up here in Green Bay that carries your show. The late Chris Mortensen had a radio program, and he talked about the NFL, and he said, and I quote, I still remember it, "This is a done deal. The NFL is going to add 2 more teams within 5 years overseas, 1 AFC, 1 NFC, and they're going to build living quarters and practice facilities somewhere on the east coast of the U.S. so that they won't have to live overseas, and then they'll just fly over on game 2 days before game day." And that's, like I said, this is a done deal. Okay, it's been 15 years, so it's been said before. Wait until it happens. So that's my take on that situation.
Mike, I appreciate the historical context. Good call, good stuff, and thanks for filling me in. I didn't realize how bad it was for the Seattle Mariners in that game tonight. The scoreline says that you would think it says it all. But on top of that, Julio Rodriguez throwing the ball in the stands, thinking there's 3 outs and coughing up an extra run because you threw the ball out of play and there's a runner on third. Yikes. Dropping the baseball. Yeah, Dan Wilson's going to be unemployed at the end of the season for the Seattle Mariners, which is just a shame. But you have all that talent on paper. You get 1 win away from the World Series last year, and then you have this type of season. Somebody's head's got to roll. And Mike, appreciate the historical context because I forgot about that. Chris Mortensen saying 15 years ago it's a done deal. We still don't have a team in London or outside of the U.S. just yet. So, Yeah, look, it's a good point. I do feel like the amount of international games, though, that have increased, and we've got 9, a record-breaking 9 this year in 7 different countries across 4 continents: South America, Europe, Asia/Australia, and in the U.S.? No. Where's the other continent? South America, the Rio game. London and everywhere in Europe, 2. Melbourne, Australia, that's a continent, 3. Australia's a continent, not Asia. Are we counting the US as the 4th continent? This is racking my brain right now. You hear my keyboard clacking away. Okay, yeah, North. Oh, because of we playing a game in Mexico? Yeah, Mexico City. So obviously we've got the games in the US. But yeah, Mexico City. Which game is in Mexico City this year? Vikings Niners. I forgot about that one. That's week 11. I completely forgot about that. So yeah, 4 continents. It feels like the amount of international games that have exploded here over the last couple of years. It's a matter of time. It's a matter of time. Like, just make it happen already. 2030. Start a new decade, 2 brand new NFL teams. Do London and do Madrid. Probably the 2 biggest metropolises in Europe. Done. 310-840-4910. We come back, we'll finish up your final calls, your final texts. You can tweet me at PatBoyle44. And some final NFL news. Bad news for the Jets. Could it be worse? And also, will the Bucs shock a lot of people this year, like Baker Mayfield said? Get to that quote when we return. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Unlikely, in my estimation, that New Orleans defense will be good enough this year to carry this team to a division title, a playoff berth, if the offense is not very good. And I think most people would agree with that. So if you liked the Saints this year, and there are a lot of smart people that like New Orleans, the case is they're going to score 1 billion points. And the offense is going to be really fun. And it's going to be up-tempo. And Chris Olave and Jordan Tyson could emerge as soon as this year as, probably not better than like CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens, probably not better than Jamar Chase and T. Higgins, Puka Nacua, Devontae Adams, one of the best 1-2 punches at wide receiver in the entire National Football League. Now I think about the epic scene in Godfather 2 when Frank Pentagelli gets up there and the prosecution thinks they've got Michael Corleone, Al Pacino nailed, right? They think they've got him. And Frank is going to testify against Michael Corleone. And then they bring his brother to the proceedings to kind of show him, hey, buddy, you better not say anything here. Omerta, silence. And he flips. And he goes, oh, I don't know nothing about any of this. My parents were in the olive oil business with his family. And the case completely falls apart. This is Godfather 2. Basically, for anyone that liked the New Orleans Saints this year, if this injury lingers. And I really hope that it doesn't. Because this was going to be so exciting this year with Tyson and Olave. My sincere hope is that this is a 2-month injury max. Maybe he's able to get back on the field sooner, but if you're the Saints, you can't rush this. You screw this up with the hamstring and he re-aggravates this, like he's done for the year, or most of the year at best. And then you're really sunk. You can't have it. So hopefully this is just a 2-month injury and Tyson's able to come back and we get, for more than half the season, the vision of what this New Orleans Saints offense could be.
I'm a Broncos guy, to be honest. I think that I think they're the best roster on paper. I know I do have a Demaryius Thomas jersey behind me, but no homerism here.
The late
I do
great.
think that, yeah, exactly. I think they're an awesome roster. I also played a little bit of Bo Nix MVP at 35-1. Just fits a lot of historical criteria with a good team, going to win a lot of games. Quarterback who obviously just got Jalen Waddle, pushes Cortland Sutton to be a number 2, kind of a possession number 2. And then Pat Bryant has been the talk of camp. Their new, running back Jonah Coleman, I think, could play a role. J.K. Dobbins is kind of the big back, and then you have R.J. Harvey to be kind of an explosive option there out of the backfield as well. Again, I don't know if Bo Nix is any good, but I think at 35-1, a team that I think could easily win the division, win 12 plus games, puts him squarely in play.
BetMGM Tonight After Dark with Pat Boyle is back.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. Final couple of minutes here. We'll turn things over to Linnell Willingham for Westwood One Sports tonight at the top of the hour. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. You can also hit me up on Twitter or on Instagram, both at PatBoyle44. Get you one final update of the night on this NL MVP race. Ohtani versus PCA. Both guys almost certain to get at least one more at-bat tonight. Cubs just tied the game up against the White Sox last inning, and Alex Bregman RBI single means it's 3-3 with the White Sox. Chicago, they're both from Chicago. White Sox trying to stay with a comfortable lead atop the AL Central. And so far tonight, I believe the Twins already won and the Guardians already won tonight, if I'm not mistaken. So the lead as it stands for the White Sox on the Twins is 4.5. But if the Cubs win again tonight, then it's just 4 games and things get a little bit sweaty again for the White Sox in the AL Central. Cubs, meanwhile, trying to chase down the Brewers, who absolutely embarrassed, pantsed the Mariners, spanked their ass with a paddle, gave them a swirly, gave them a wedgie, and then just beat the crap out of them. 22-0. 22-0. Julio Rodriguez throwing the ball into the stands when there's less than 3 outs. I mean, just circus stuff from the Seattle Mariners. They're going to fire manager Dan Wilson at the end of the year. So the Cubbies trying to keep up with the Brewers with their win tonight. They're 78-48, 30 games above 500. The Cubs are 5 games back, so they can get that back to 4.5 with a win. It's 3-3 in the bottom of the 8th. 5-6-7 due up for the Cubs. So if there is a bottom of the 9th, Pete Crow Armstrong will bat. He's already homered tonight. He homered to lead off the game just like he did yesterday. He hit a walk-off homer as well last night. Could we see deja vu? Leadoff homer and walk-off homer for the second straight night. That has never been done in MLB history. And what he did last night, homered on the first pitch he saw and homered on the last pitch of the ball game. That had only been done once before in Major League Baseball history. So Cubs, White Sox, 3-3, bottom 8. Meanwhile, Coors Field, Shohei Ohtani will get at least one more at bat. He'll bat in the top of the 8th. Dodgers lead the Rockies 7-4. Ohtani, he homered a 2-run bomb in the 3rd inning. So there you go. There's your update on everything that's going on in Major League Baseball. Couple of final football notes to finish off the night here at a Jets camp. Aaron Glenn expecting Breece Hall, their star running back, to miss 2 to 3 weeks with a groin injury. But Aaron Glenn did say that Breece Hall should be ready to go for week 1. Well, here's the thing. We're 22 days away from the start of the NFL season. That's Patriots-Seahawks. You tack on another 4 days on top of that for the first Sunday, and that gives the Jets right now 26 days for Breece Hall to be ready to go. 2 to 3 weeks, you're cutting it awfully close. groin strain that he suffered in practice on Monday. It's going to cost him the rest of the preseason. But again, according to Aaron Glenn, he anticipates Breece Hall will be ready for the start of the regular season. I mean, you don't need me to tell you how valuable Breece Hall is to the Jets. 1,065 rushing yards and 350 receiving yards a year ago. So over 1,400 yards from scrimmage. Over 1,200 yards from scrimmage. Or over 1,300 yards from scrimmage again the year before that in 2024. And nearly over 1,600 yards from scrimmage in 2023. And the Jets just paid him 3 years, $46 million in May. Braylon Allen is the backup. Brad and I were gushing about Braylon Allen just a couple of nights ago in their first preseason game when he ran a 31-yard touchdown, and he's put on 10 pounds, so he's 260 pounds, an absolute tank. But this Jets offense must have Breece Hall on the field. So they're going to be cutting it awfully close up to their Week 1 game against the Titans on September 13th, hoping Breece Hall will be ready to go. Finally, I expect the Bucs to take a step back this year. Well, I mean, they did take a step back last year. They collapsed, but injuries to Baker Mayfield and injuries to the defense certainly played a factor. Baker said today that the Buccaneers are going to shock a lot of people. And here's the thing that wouldn't surprise me in the slightest, is if Baker Mayfield and the Buccaneers offense is a top 10 unit. That won't shock me at all, because Baker's a dog. I think he's going to have a big year, despite the fact that the Buccaneers didn't pay him. He's going to go into free agency next year. I think they screwed that up. I think Jason Light, his job might be on the line if things do go sideways. Also because of the arguments with Vita Vea, requested a trade. They still have him on the team. They better not trade him. I would pay him. Doesn't look like they're going to. What wouldn't shock me is if the Buccaneers defense is terrible. That's what wouldn't be a shock. So, yeah, it wouldn't shock me again if the Bucs offense is great, but I think they're going to miss the playoffs because I don't think their defense is going to be very good. So Baker is going to talk the talk, and Baker's going to walk the walk, but that defense I worry about very much so. Fun show. Thanks to producer Zach Kroll. Thanks to VP Monty. Thanks to Brad Evans. Thanks to our guy Lee. Thanks to everybody else working on the show. I'm Pat Boyle. We'll be back again tomorrow, 6 o'clock.
Yeah, let's go with the player opinion here. I think Matthew Golden, 750 plus yards at plus 210, and then 1,000 plus yards at plus 400 is really interesting. All the early reports that he's going to be playing in 12 personnel for the Green Bay Packers. Came on strong last year at the end of the year. Now you have no Romeo Doubs. You have no Dontavian Wick. So he's going to play a ton. Obviously, former first-round pick. Is he any good? I don't know, but I'm willing to get 2-1 to find out if he's even okay to get 750 yards. That's nothing for a guy playing full-time in offense. Now, I think Jaden Reed and I think Christian Watson, when healthy, will probably also be somewhat productive too. But again, there's enough left there with 135 plus targets being left behind from last year for, I think, Golden to slot in here nicely and have a good season. So I like some of his alts here. And that's kind of just my overarching strategy with these season-long player props is I bet a ton of unders. And then when I like a player, I don't just take the minus 110, which Golden's around like 620 yards season long. I like taking the plus money here because the research shows if they go over, it's 25+% median and 35% on average.
1 p.m. kick on Sunday. Tampa Bay at the Cincinnati Bengals. Total right now sitting at 51.5. That's too high. The kind of perfect storm here of these. Everybody, a 51 point total is high. Okay, and it really is like, oh, we got 2 good offenses and 2 bad defenses, and like that's kind of the general like whiffs that I think a lot of people get from Cincinnati and Tampa. But I am like exactly opposite. I think both of these offenses are a hair overrated. Certainly Tampa Bay's offense is overrated. There's a world where there's no Egbuka out there week 1. And then, okay, like we might actually kind of get some potential false signal where people over adjust on the Cincinnati Bengals defense. But the Bengals defense to me looks quite strong.